Hey, what's up, everybody? Let's see. Got Chris Yanda,
Made it.
bike mechanic from Dirty River Bicycle
Finally
Works.
gonna finish this thing.
Yeah, this has been on the stream many a times without being completed. So do with some what's ups to everybody. We got Blackball. Bradley is about to run sound for a Seth Meyers stand-up, which is nice. Raymond, Large is here. Pudgy, what's up? Chris, Patty, and Potatoes. Matt Ford, Dimitri, Yinzer. Yeah, got a good crowd. So I'm on the GoPro right now if it looks a little weird because I wanted to set up 2 cameras so we could flip between them. So, or even go dual camera, which now I'm not either of them. have to workshop this a little bit. There we go. Oh, that's why I moved it. I didn't want the front of this table in there. Yeah. What's up, Bodie? Blackball? William LeBron? I was just out William LeBron's way, but didn't have time to get together. Let's see. Oh, yeah, let's get some focus. There we go. Doing this the old school way. Focus pulling, like a true videographer.
Number 1 or number 2?
So, yeah, he's popping the wheels on the Gunnar right now. And I think everything is on there, so it mostly just needs to be cabled up.
Yeah, so it needs to be cabled. Wheels are set up tubeless. Brakes are aligned already. Chain length set. Limits on the derailleur should already be fairly close. I do need to pull the cranks and double check torque on those, but besides that, like, there's not a lot left. Kind of like pre-game troubleshooted, like most of the stuff we thought we might run into that would make me look dumb.
I try to do that before I live stream, but it doesn't ever work.
But I'm sure we'll find something fun to mess up and show you how to fix it.
Yeah, we were thinking what we can do is, as Yanda's doing stuff, if you had any questions about what he's doing, I mean, I think this is, like I said, we're pretty much set here. But in general, just any bike mechanic questions, I could feed Yanda the questions while he's doing some work. We did change a couple things. If you saw the last time you've seen the build, those needle handlebars I tried to use. So basically, as described by Yanda,
So
I could zoom in.
So like this control surface here was just way too short on those needles, so that when you grab the bar, the shifter would get into the curve before you could even get your hand on the grip. The levers would just be completely blocking the grip. So just the area was really designed for like thumb style, like friction shifters from like way back, and like real little levers. So these are kind of like a neat solution we tried to get around with, where the lever replaces one clamp on the clamp-on grip. So they run super tight, but the angle of it still gives you like that really nice 1 or 2 finger feel. So yeah, these are some box, like technically like BMX style levers, which works because they're short pull, and so are the Growtech equal brakes.
Oh, yeah.
So it's the correct pull ratio, because we had some other old Shimano levers that were servo wave, which were for like weird V-brake stuff they just weren't going to work like super good for these.
That came with my collection of Pittsburgh bike stuff.
Oh yeah, the Hall.
The Hall, yeah. So the bars, unfortunately, I know Otis was excited about those needle bars, and I thought they looked cool and they would feel cool, but they just don't. They're not practical for this build. So these are the
Velo Orange
granola bars, which
from Large
from Large Marge on the stream. So if these work, I need to buy them off them. So, or trade them for some needle bars that don't work for anything. Yeah, Large, how do you feel about some real short needle bars? Large said 2 finger feel. Good luck, Yanda.
It'll be a fun day at work.
Yeah.
Next week, I'm off tomorrow.
Oh, nice. Yeah, we got Whiskey 6 is in here saying what's up. Oh, Pudgy said he has tomorrow off. Said he considered driving up tonight, but saw that we were already doing this. You could have joined. We could have had asked 2 mechanics. Thanks, Brad. Let's see. What sealant did you guys use in here? Because I didn't set it up at all.
Orange seal.
Orange seal?
Yeah, I think.
Will that go through the
Pretty sure.
sidewalls of Verniers?
It shouldn't.
Shouldn't.
It's not on mine. I have the exact same tires on my Fargo. Same casing and everything, and it hasn't yet. But the best way to not have any problems with your bike is to never ride it. So all my bikes are
perfect. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, here, I can tell you.
He asked if I could turn Yanda's voice interesting, and I think it just takes a couple more banquet beers.
That's orange seal.
You can tell us. Nice.
Certainly. Yeah, absolutely.
Large said return the Nitos and give them the money. The first question we have is from Large as well, which is why is Shimano the worst?
Oh, God. Starting early again.
Let's see.
I can't answer that before 9 o'clock.
Yeah.
We'll have to demonetize.
Lanky had said he's not going to make it tonight, but he said he saw you today. But
oh, yeah,
he
I
was
talked to
saying
him at the shop.
we should do like the Francis Cade, like 10 things mechanics hate. But I think that should be its own. That should be its own video.
Yeah.
But we could get into whatever those things are. So, hey, what's up, Racer? Pudgy said orange seal plus glitter is the move.
It comes with glitter.
Does it? They put it in there?
They call it
little...
nanites.
Huh. Anites?
Nanites, like
little nano,
like bullshit,
nano
like
beads,
sci-fi robot stuff.
Yeah.
But yeah, like if you finish a bottle and you didn't shake it, like each time you went to apply it, like there'll be like a pile of like heavy silver glitter in the bottom of there.
Huh. Akron said, how many types of grease should you have for a bicycle?
Well, I have a massive grease collection, hundreds.
I have many leather-bound books and a massive grease collection.
It's true. Every time a new grease comes out from somebody, I order it because I just love grease. So the biggest thing with grease is don't mix incompatible greases. So like aluminum complex grease, like most marine, like Bel-Ray Marine, is an aluminum complex grease, and they really don't play well with a lot of lithium greases. So if you mix them like in your hubs without cleaning out the hub, like truly cleaning it out, the soaps and the grease, the thickeners, will break down, and then you get like basically just oil running out of your hub, and the grease just goes away and leaves all the solids behind, and you have no lubrication. So just being consistent. But yeah, a good like waterproof grease for the hubs and stuff, Maxima waterproof is good. It's pretty compatible with some stuff. Park Tool Polylube's fine, but I mean it's like a specialty grease, so you don't really need it. We use Crystal at the shop because it doesn't stain stuff, and people bitch and moan about stains on their stuff, so we use Crystal. So like if it's, you know, around the seat post or something like that and there's a little dab, like if you use red grease and it's a white light colored bike or something, that spot's going to be like pink forever if it's on there, you know, sitting for a couple months before somebody buys that bike, and then it doesn't get wiped off. Like it's going to kind of trash that. So we use clear grease at the shop for a lot of stuff. And then like any component that requires a specific grease, we use whatever you're supposed to use. So like Demontech free hub grease for all types of free hubs, free hub oil for like the i9 stuff that specs in oil. Yeah, so just use the right stuff. If your bike's carbon, you need to use a grease that's compatible with the epoxies in carbon. So Crystal is one that's listed as compatible. Rock and Roll Superweb's another one that I've found said is listed carbon compatible. It's kind of like a weird thick, like it's a lot like this stuff that Tim uses, the Finish Line white.
Yeah.
It's real similar to this, but a little bit more like slicky, not like tacky like that. This stuff's safe for carbon too, the Finish Line stuff. The white greases are nice because they're super easy to tell when they're contaminated. So like if you're running a loose ball hub, you can just crack the one cone loose and look in there. If it's all brown and shitty, it's easy to say, oh yeah, I should probably clean these out and put some fresh grease in there. So, Large was asking.
Oh,
The banquet.
yeah, he's got the banquet. I bought the banquets. I didn't leave them hanging. Yinzer asked what your thoughts are on Chainline, worth worrying about, and I've used your line before. That one buys proof chain line doesn't matter. That being said, I'll run all 2x.
It depends. Chainline on a 2x, yeah, it just depends. Like, there's some stuff, like the new SRAM transmissions, we just went through that yesterday with the SRAM guys. Even on a regular boost bike, they're basically bumping that chain line up to like 55 or 57 millimeters. I don't know, it's like a fucking salesman that was just like talking real fast, so it was lots of numbers. But yeah, so like regular boost chain lines 52 from 49, which is what 135, 142 bikes were, 46 and a half for road bikes, 42 for track bikes. If it's close, just run it. If it's way outside of the spec, you might need to change some stuff because you're going to wear out chain rings and stuff pretty quick on a 1x. But like Large, we run his 1x setups, almost all of them, at like almost a boost chain line, maybe even plus a little bit on all of his gravel bikes because he has rocket launcher calves and runs like a 40 or 42 on bikes that were really never made to clear that. So
Denny H. Lemon super
he's
chatted
fine.
$4.99.
And I mean, Ben
Thanks,
wears
Denny
a lot
H.
of stuff.
Lemon.
Thanks. Ben wears a lot of stuff out, but Ben rides in depraved conditions around the clock. So I think his stuff lasts longer than it should. Like, so yeah, chain lines
Kind of matter.
Yeah, like if you're way out, if you're 10 millimeters out, no, that ain't gonna work. But if it's supposed to be 52 and you're at 53 and a half, run it. Like, you'll be fine. That said, single speed stuff, like, it needs to be pretty good. Like, we're building a steamroller.
I got so lucky with mine. I just put together that vintage bike with all random stuff, and the chain line was perfect, and it was just a freak.
And it, well, like square taper stuff's easy. You can just switch the bottom bracket and get a whole new chain line. Like, and that's even like what it says right on Sheldon Brown's website. Like, sometimes you just have to try stuff.
Yeah.
But then, like, we had a set of cranks from a manufacturer. Fuck it, I don't care. From Mary Sales, the Sue's cranks. The chain line was like a mountain bike boost chain line on a track crank set. And it was way outside of what it should be. And track is 42 and a half millimeters, like set in stone. It's not negotiable. Like on an NJS bike, they take a stainless steel rule with a V cut out of it that sits on the seat tube, and there's a line in it. And if your chain's not on that line, the bike's not approved, and you don't get to race it, like for curing inspection and stuff like that. So how they got it way off, and then the spindle was for a 73 mil shell, not a 68, like regular track bike shell. I don't know what they were thinking. And yeah, they wouldn't call me back either, so that was super nice. I was like, what's going on here? And then we just got like a regular SRAM courier, because it's a steamroller build for a pretty big guy, somebody about my size, a little bit taller but roughly similar weight. And square taper cranks really good ones would probably be fine, but really good ones are really hard to get and expensive. So we just threw some SRAM courier cranks, which are GXP, on there. Chain line was perfect out of the box. It measured exactly right. And I built him some velocity chuckers on some Surly ultra new hubs. The chain line is absolutely dead nuts perfect. And for fixed gear stuff, that's really important, because as that chain slackens and tightens from the back wheel driving it, like, you can catch a tooth on the top of that chain or something if it's not right, because there's no slack in the chain, or very little. Whereas like a derailleur bike, you have slack and give in the system, so the chain line's not like, oh, if it's off a little bit, it's gonna, your shit's gonna break. Like, if it's close, ride it.
Cool. Let's see. Pudgy asked if I wanted his GRX derailleur. Nah, I don't actually have a use for it right now, because this is running mountain bike components, and I just bought a new derailleur for the Raleigh, so I don't actually have a bike.
Yeah, he's going to break the one on the Raleigh in the next 6 months, so don't get rid of it. He'll need it.
I did just.
Guaranteed.
Yeah. Everyone said you know your grease, and they're talking about the grease. Criddler, what's up? You said the bike looks good in the stand. Lot of grease comments, but I think you covered your opinions on it.
Yeah, EXP, that's a good grease. You know, like
Raymond
Buzzies
said
for suspension stuff.
Raymond said Goldschlager had glitter, and it didn't treat me any better either.
Talk to your urologist. They can probably get that sorted for you.
How do you feel? Oh, you guys were talking about this at the shop the other day, I think. Criddler asked, how do you feel about Surly pre-cutting the steerer?
All right, so here's the deal.
Because I know nothing about this, and I only have.
So as far as I know, and this could change, but I doubt it will, the only bikes they're pre-cutting steer tubes on are Preamble and Bridge Club, which are their two most budget bikes. If you're looking at those bikes, for the most part, you probably don't even know what you want as far as a fit.
And when they say pre-cut, how is there no room for adjustment, or like what does it
No,
mean?
so what their unofficial, this is what Psychic Derailleur, I think, was the guy that put the video out. Unofficially, according to him, and this is what I've seen on the like 2 bikes that we've had in, drop bar bikes are going to be 40 millimeters of spacers, or 60 millimeters of spacers, and flat bar bikes are going to be 40 millimeters of spacers. And these bikes come with a little bit of a riser bar on them anyways.
What is that like? So when we're looking at that, how much spacer is on it?
So this is like 10, 20, 30, 40. So this is 50.
So that's 50 already.
Yeah, and you got about 5 millimeter in your top cap that's over the bearing. The thing is, most headset manufacturers are going to tell you no matter what the steer tube's made out of, they don't want more than 55, including the top cap of this headset, over that bearing anyways, because you get steer tube flex and it blows that top bearing apart anyways. So you can bitch and moan and cry about that all you want, but then if you're blowing up headsets and crying about it, it's also, they were trying to save you from yourself.
So you don't think it's a big deal if they cut it to that?
I don't think it's the end of the world. And the thing about it is, this guy's complaining about it, but the thing is it's, and this is like not a dig at him at all, but he's an appointment only, one at a time bike shop. So that's really, I would have to think, not his bread and butter is the cheapest bike that Surly makes. At least I would have to assume, if you can pay your bills by selling one bike at a time by appointment only. That's probably not like the thing that's super high on his list of sales. The other thing is, like, you can just get a stem that's at an angle. Like, people are like, oh, but then you have to buy stuff. It's like, no matter what, to change a fit, you're going to have to buy some stuff.
Yeah.
Or, you know, swap some stuff out. Like, and if it's...
Well, again, if you just bought a new bike, how much is your run, like the stem that would go on something like a Preamble?
30 or 40 bucks,
Yeah,
maybe.
exactly.
If, you know, for like a salsa stem, or, you know, a stem that meets ASTM qualities. Like, I'm not talking like $10 Amazon stems that the first curb you ride off of it snaps off and takes your teeth out.
Yeah. By the way, Jay Dandy said, whenever Sheldon Brown is referenced, take a shot. And then Muskrat asked if you prefer wax or lube. I know the answer is wax.
The answer is wax, yeah. All my personal bikes are waxed.
And this is my first wax chain.
Yeah, so this is going to get redone.
It's fine. It'll wear right off. Micah said it wore right off and it was fine.
Yeah, this will be fine for a first attempt, but I'll get together with these guys and run a little class on this. Because this chain was done too cold, which is fine. It'll work, and it'll run fine, and it'll be nice and quiet, and you'll get a lot of the benefits of wax, just not all of them.
But then when it wears down, right, I could just hit it with the super secret.
Yeah, so like if you have that press the cycle stuff, which Lanky's been running that, and I've actually had hands on his bike, and it's pretty clean. Like, as far as shit that comes out of a bottle, it's probably the cleanest I've ever seen. So it's pretty impressive. But yeah, I just hot wax everything. It's easy when you don't ride your bikes. You never have to worry about it wearing out. But also, since I don't ride my bikes, it's if the bike sits there for 5 years, the chain
That
lube
is-
the chain lube didn't dry out, and then I have a rusty chain. Like, it's always coated. So like 5 bikes that just sit around, I know I'm not gonna ride. They're just museum pieces. I just wax them because I don't have to worry about it.
I should probably do that with the Trek because it just hangs all.
Yeah.
It just hangs all summer now. I don't never take the snow tires off.
Yeah.
And plus, it's probably ready for some new componentry next year. But it only got ridden 3 times this year. But Pudgy said, I don't know about all you guys, but I'm at the end of my seat with all this chainline chatter. What did Yinder say? Ask us on the Discord, but do you have any, well, that was weird, opinion on square taper versus Holotech in general? Because
I'm going to assume by Holotech you mean 2-piece cranks in general.
I'm going to guess, yeah. I have Holotech on my mountain bike, square on the gravel, cheaper to replace and beat up.
Yeah, so it depends. Really crappy square taper cranks, if you're the size of human that I am, if you ride off-road a lot, where you go over bumps and stuff with your pedals flat and then you pedal, whatever crank is opposite of how you stand versus the force of pedaling will always end up loosening up, no matter what, unless you have a really good quality crank like White Industries on a actual White Industries bottom bracket, or an SKF bottom bracket, or a Philwood bottom bracket, where the specs of that square taper are really accurate. But as far as something that's cheap and easy to mess around with, like, I have a track bike that I've probably, fixie bike, whatever, that I rode a ton in college that's still square taper, and it was fine. I didn't have problems with it. I just checked my cranks every now and again. That's the thing. Like,
Yeah, I don't have problems with the vintage bikes with the square tapers. When I first get the bikes, I take them apart, put new ball bearings in them because they're all cup and cone,
Yeah.
and re-grease them. But I haven't had any of those cranks actually slip on me. But then
yeah,
again,
road bikes, you're
just
torquing
not
that
doing that.
arm backwards and then you're cranking forwards.
So it's
'Cause,
not
like,
getting that
you
quick
have your
start up.
foot back and you slam down on it. You're twisting that backwards of how it's been kind of seated on that arm.
Gotcha.
So like I had a dirt jumper in college that had really crappy like specialized square taper cranks, and I probably blew like 3 or 4 non-drive side crank arms off of that thing. Just twisted the squares right out of them.
Let's see.
Well, Pudgy, we're large people. Like, square taper cranks are not for us.
But that till when?
For off-road.
Yeah. When did mountain bikes get anything besides square taper? Would that be late 90s?
Yeah, the Holotech would have been kind of the first widespread of it. I'm sure there was other stuff that was, out there. And then kind of also like the BMX 3-piece stuff where it's 24 or 19 millimeter spindle kind of stuff where the crank arms clamp on.
Oh, hey, what's up, Diversity? We're just chatting about whatever people ask, but we're gonna do a little work on the Gunnar build too. Anyone just joining us, we have that set up to run some cables on it. I should move this up here so make it easier. Pudgy said disagree on the white cranks. Blew through many of those. White was super good with warranty, but got tired of them getting worked. Huh. On a square taper, Pudgy, because as you've already said, they're not right for.
Yeah, I mean, Bob has square taper white cranks on his bike and on his Space Horse, and he rides that thing a ton. He rides it to work every day. But he also weighs over 100 pounds less than I do. So it's a completely different. And it's a gravel bike that gets ridden as a commuter with gravel events thrown in. It's not a mountain bike. He's not jumping it off of stuff.
Yeah, Brad runs White Industry cranks, right?
Yeah, but he has the 2-piece, 30 millimeter spindle.
Yeah.
And we've seen no problems out of Brad's cranks. No such. Well, we think we got his rear hub straightened out, but it still has like a little bit of play. It didn't have any play. Then he probably put 1,000 miles on it since I rebuilt it with a new axle and new shims and end cap and stuff. And now it's got the tiniest bit of play, but I think the way those hubs are designed, that's just kind of the way it is.
What did Racer said about the chain line? I think on geared bikes, I try to line up the chain with the middle of the cassette and maybe a bit more on the low side since that's the most used.
Just look up what it should be for whatever your dropout spacing is, because there's a lot more engineering that went into where that chainring should sit.
He does a lot like I do of parts bin and Frankenstein builds too, though.
Yeah, and if it's like if it's like 8-speed or under, it does not matter. Like, as long as it's pretty close, you'll be all right.
40 to 60 is a lot, but Surly head tubes are dumb short. Huh. That's what Matt Ford said.
Compared to what? They're fine.
Racer said, I think it's a typo. I want to know. I want to know your thoughts on 4-bolt double BCD cranks and how awesome they are in terms of being cheap, abundant, and every chainring combo imaginable. Sorry for my intonation being way off there, but 4-bolt double BCD cranks.
So you mean like 104/94, like mountain bike cranks? How did I set up the Wednesday? What, Muskrat?
What was Muskrat's question? Oh, the Wednesday.
Well, what about it? There's a lot of things on it.
Well, what are some?
Like the Chainline, it's exactly the way SRAM intended it, because it has a SRAM crankset on it with the SRAM XO axis drivetrain.
This one, I'm not sure. So, Acrorex asked, why is bike sizing so ambiguous? Well, I think the only thing that's made it ambiguous is bikes not being perfect triangles anymore, right? Because you really just measured center of the crank to top of seat post.
Well, it's ambiguous because people are people, like they're organic. They're not all the same. Like you and I,
But I think they're
you and I are
from-
very similar in height, but we don't ride the same size bikes.
So everyone online says that the manufacturer calculates they're like 2 sizes too big. Are there any instant ways to know if it's too big or too small? I would look up, I mean, most bikes come with a geometry chart, which should give you the right specs.
Yeah, I mean,
right?
if you know a bike that fits and you can find a bike that's similar to that, then that's a way to know. I mean, I don't buy shit I've never ridden usually, so.
Yeah, see, I've noticed this from doing the streams and stuff and just the YouTube channel. I always assumed everybody had someone reliable to walk in and try stuff. A lot of people live in places where they hate their bike shop because it's all roady. Nothing against roadies, but it might be just all race oriented, or they're just like have become some corporate shop, you know.
Yeah.
So that's one thing I've been trying to figure out more, like stuff like that. Like if you can't try it,
Yeah,
I think you have to start to look at a bike you've ridden. And what's the site that you could put the geometry up against?
Bike Insights.
Bike Insights, so like a bike you've ridden versus the bike
that's
you're looking at.
A good thing. And the other thing is it's a lot of opinion. Like, I know a ton of fitters and they're all full of shit. Just different kinds of shit. So
Yeah, and some
I've
people-
had every different fitter I've ever had come into a shop and say, oh, let me give you a fit, blah, blah, blah. They change all this stuff and I'm just like, dude, this sucks. Like, I'm not riding this bike the way this is. So that kind of thing it's so subjective and it's just hard to know, like.
Yeah, because some people
Ride friends' bikes if you can. Even if it's the wrong size, you'll know about why it's the wrong size and things you don't like about that.
And I also agree a little bit with the Rivendell philosophy of like, this doesn't work endlessly because you could really mess up the geometry of a bike. But look at old mountain bikes. You have a lot of seat posts. You move the bars where you want them. I mean, you could ride bikes that don't fit you by adjusting them if you're building, if you're not buying a stock new bike. There's a lot of,
and that's.
I've turned the Marin into a touring bike, and that's never intended for that, and it works with the modifications I've done to it. But
yeah, and different people have just different fit goals too. Like there's some people that the way they ride, previous injuries or whatever, standover is super important to them. Where like, I'm not gonna buy a bike just because I can stand over it. That can mean nothing to me. So like, standover is not a huge factor for me, but it may be for you. And you may be like, well, I want to run an 80 to 100 millimeter stem, and I want to run a 40 millimeter stem. So I'm going to ride a size up from you, even though you may be the exact same size human as me. So there's just so many different things that, like, if somebody's telling you you should ride this size, but they don't actually know how you ride, things you like, your history, past injuries, their opinion doesn't mean anything.
Yeah, I'd say the internet says a lot of things.
Yeah.
You need to ask, like, well, that's what we're doing right here, obviously, and I think that's a good thing. But if you have a trusted bike shop, like I said, yeah, ride bikes. Dylan said he spends way too much time on Bike Insights, which doesn't surprise me because he's super in tune with Bike Fit. I mean, he switches bikes because it doesn't feel right to him. He'll sell the old one, move the components to something that he likes better. But that's not a lot of people don't want to do that. They go
Yeah,
to
and it
that
can be
length.
really expensive. So, like, and for me, my situation is not anybody else's situation with, there's some people in the stream that know who they are, that it is their situation, but we don't go around talking about, if I don't like it, I just get rid of it or I put it back on the floor or whatever. Like,
Yeah.
so, I mean, I'm lucky that I get to ride anything. So, well, within reason. I don't ride internet whore bikes.
But there was one I wanted.
I'm going to throw a cable in this.
All right,
See
go
if we
for
can
it.
make a little bit of progress.
Yeah.
Before it's 1 a.m.
Yeah.
And there's no cables on this
Yeah.
bike.
No, I do. I know how we are. We'll chat.
We'll chat. So I'll talk while
Yeah.
trying to sling some cables.
Cool. I wanted to try and keep some comments like coherent, but that's hard to. That's my problem when I do this alone. I just always go to the next comment, and then
Yeah.
like 4 come in about what we were talking about. So with 2 of us, maybe I could keep it a little more coherent, but probably not.
We tried to hire a producer. We were turned down.
Yeah. Oh, what Muskrat was asking, he said you were trying to lighten up the Wednesday.
Yeah, so I have Salsa Kingpin Deluxe carbon fork on that bike. Well, I put a EXO Axis drivetrain on it. The hubs are DT350 big ride, so they're the lightest fat bike hubs out. That will hold up to a full-size human being. So that, as far as like summer weight stuff, I also bought 2 more wheel sets for it over the winter. Just some pre-built stuff from Otso that they just happen to have. So I got a 29 plus wheel set for it, and a second fat wheel set that I can just leave, just basic Sunringley mule foot that I can just leave my stud tires on. Because why not? I mean, for what I paid for the wheels, I couldn't not buy them. I was put in a position where it was just unreasonable.
Oh, on the 4-bolt double crank question,
Yeah.
6496, does that make any sense?
Yeah, so that's what these cranks,
Oh, okay.
I think, on this bike are. I think. No, these are 104. Which, so yeah, what you were saying, like the whole, like you can get any chainring combination, that's kind of true. This 42 tooth 104 ring was not super easy to find from like legitimate sources.
Was not easy, period. We spent
Yeah.
a while looking for it.
Yeah, so of all places, Origin 8 makes in the USA this chainring. And this different bolt circle diameter, but I have 120/64 on my Fargo, but the same gears and the same gears in the back, same cassette range. And I really like it. It works super well for me. So I think for this bike basically being a Fargo with a little bit different bits on it, I think it'll be a pretty good gearing setup. The main reason I haven't switched that bike to 1x is like it just works the way it is. And just the price to go 1x, to get the range that I would want, I'd have to go Axis, and that's not really what that bike, I don't want to charge batteries on my dirt road ripper that sometimes gets a whole bunch of bags put on it.
Let's see. Yinzer was saying this, but saying Yanda, maybe you could comment on this, but just saying how they, on the fit thing, a lot of shops are super sales oriented and they just want to sell whatever. I've talked about this before, like that Trek that I've had forever is too small, and I know now going to a place like Eddie's, some guy had incentive to get that bike off the floor. Like that's totally like the vibe.
Oh, that's 100% a thing.
Yeah, that's a real thing, and that's the problem. Those kind of shops, that's a shop I don't go to anymore. Sorry, I know we have some friends who jump in the stream and work there. We know a lot of nice people who work at Eddie's. In general.
Yeah, and I mean, we also know nice people that got fired for being nice at Eddie's.
So exactly.
They can kind of fuck off.
Yeah.
Like.
Yeah. I'm not gonna. Yeah, I don't need to overly apologize. Like I said, it's not personal to the people I know, but yeah, it's a salesy shop, and that was my experience, and I don't go there anymore. So yeah, that's definitely a thing. There are.
Yeah, and it's not
if
like
you feel
I
like
definitely won't
go
say, oh, Eddie's is unique in that way. Like they're not special. Like
no, that's exactly what Yinzer was saying.
I mean, my first bike shop job in college was working at Performance, and I was constantly in trouble because I refused to sell people stuff that obviously didn't fit, or I wouldn't sell them service packages that I knew they were never going to use, and it was all about these numbers every day, and I just couldn't do that to people. So I was always getting written up.
It's not the bike world, but when I was between jobs, I got a job at AutoZone, and I thought I was going to like help people find what they needed. Then I realized they wanted us just to sell stupid shit, and I was like, nope.
Sell a $50 pair of wipers.
Yeah, I was like, nope.
Oh yeah, you need a new battery. Oh, you got one last year. Well, you need a new one. That kind of stuff. Yeah. So yeah, we don't do that at Dirty River, and if we do, it's actually like an honest mistake. Not we had to get that out. And if we get you on a bike that really doesn't fit, we'll do whatever we have to do to make those changes to that bike or a different bike to make it fit you.
Hey, Tony jumped in. What's up, Tony? Then I saw there was a question about, single speed. Danny Smith asked, on a single speed, how do I know if I should change the chainring gearing or the back hub pulley, more or less teeth? That's not my wheelhouse.
Whatever you want, man.
Doesn't matter.
I mean, one tooth difference on the front makes way less difference than one tooth difference on the back.
So it just depends on how much you're trying.
So yeah, like if you need to make a massive change, you might have to change both. I mean, it just depends. It depends on what your chainring clearance is. Like, do you have room to go bigger here if you're trying to go bigger? Can you get a freewheel that's smaller than what you have in the back if you're trying to go for a harder gear? One tooth changes in the back are way bigger difference than one tooth changes in the front.
So it's how much you feel like if it's way too hard to ride, the back is what you're going to want.
If it's way off, you're going to want to go up 3 or 4 teeth minimum in the back.
But if it's slightly off, then you might do the front.
But yeah, I would say get on a geared bike and just leave it in a gear that you find good. Count it up, go to like bikecalc.com and find out the gear inches, and then just replicate that instead of just buying a bunch of stuff and then be like, oh, this doesn't work, and then because I got boxes full of freewheels and chain rings and stuff because I was just like, oh, we'll just try this, we'll try this, and some of it worked and some of it didn't. So
you guys better hope Large is in here. He will ban you for those questions. You know what I'm talking about.
He already has specific orders if what I think was asked was asked. It'll be a one warning night and then you're gone.
Let's see what NoCon8 said. Any recommendations for either a 26-inch wheel or 700C wheel for a long John cargo bike build? I know to shoot for double wall, and higher spill count, but what do you think for the rear wheel?
What size was the wheel?
For either 26 wheel or 700C, that would be completely different, right?
Well, yeah, it depends on which one. Rim brake or disc brake is going to matter. Do you have a hub already? Because that's kind of a deciding factor right now, if you can even get a hub with enough spoke holes in it. Like DT doesn't make anything.
Pudgy recommended a cliffhanger.
Yeah, I mean, a cliffhanger is good. They're really, really heavy. It's Velocity's heaviest wheel, but if it's a cargo bike, that's not really a thing. I don't know what your tire size is, if that's an appropriate wheel for your tire size. You said 700C, so I don't know what size tire you're running.
Yeah.
But
Let's see what else we got. Racer says he worked at a Walmart as a bike builder many moons ago. Buyers didn't know this, but those cheapo bikes got a lot of love. Probably one of the few Walmarts that people were getting bikes that were appropriately built out of.
I used to work at a bike shop across the street from a Walmart, and their builders would come in and try to buy tools from me, and I'd just tell them to go ahead and hit the road, guys. It's nothing personal, but you guys are literally stealing my lunch. Like, I'm not going to sell you tools.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Internet whore bikes, they were laughing at that. Let's see if I missed any questions we have in here. What is Pudgy saying? I don't think a cargo bike is running a 25C tire.
Well, I just don't know what the tire size is, Pudgy.
Yeah.
But for the most part, yes, Velocity Cliffhanger, Velocity Chucker are both good options. DT Swiss TK540 is a fully eyeletted wheel, welded seam, really strong. Not tubeless, though. So if tubeless is important to you, that's not an option. Velocity Chucker also not tubeless.
Is steel metal?
So fucking metal.
So metal. That metal.
That's how metal steel is.
Let's see if I could go back through, because I probably missed a bunch of comments when we were more rambling. Steel isn't metal, it's real. Yeah, well, why not both? Any thoughts about the AnyCycle threadless conversion headset?
Unfamiliar.
AnyCycle.
Unfamiliar. We'll have to look it up.
Yeah, I'll pull it up.
What are we converting?
I would have to assume threaded to threadless. Did you see Jeff Fram's video today about taking that Dura-Ace headset and just making it
I did not.
Yeah.
No, I was in the, yesterday was 70 degrees
Ah, yeah.
bike shop day, and everybody and their brother needs it by the weekend.
Ah, yeah.
Because they rode their bike for the first time in 5 months, and which is why the banquets go down extra easy.
Hey, what's up, Nick? How you doing? Oh, hey, Aaron. Aaron said hi, Yanda.
Aaron who?
Aaron Molnar.
Oh, hi.
What are you doing up at 9:45, Aaron?
She's here to see me. She ranks high as some of my favorite people.
She does. When I told her what was going on tonight. Is Tuna Boat the best song? Of course. Here's the AnyCycle.
Oh yeah, let's see what we're.
You can look up the big,
Oh.
yeah, a little easier to read. Stem adapter with sealed cartridge bearing. The result. It looks kind of cool.
It looks cool.
1 inch quill stem.
GIS requires additional crown race purchase. Not for me. I own a crown race machining tool, so I'll just machine the crown race to fit whatever I want. Weird that ISO is their de facto standard. What does this thing cost?
Oh, good question. Oh, it comes in silver? Nice.
Go to the store.
Oh, yeah.
Uh,
125?
I mean, a good headset's at least that. So if it's a good headset, along with the fact that it converts stuff, yeah, I could see that being worth it.
Oh, they even have a French one.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I think it's pretty cool. I'd like to hear someone.
Yeah, I want
to
to have one in my hands.
Yeah.
I've seen a bunch of cool stuff where then you actually get it and you're like, the concept is there, but this was a huge swing and a miss on the manufacturing side.
Yeah, because it's definitely better than like, there's the quill converters.
Yeah, there's the quill converters, and if it's a cheap bike, budget bike, winter bike, I'm still gonna say put a converter in it and a cheap stem, because it's already got a headset in it that's probably loose ball that could probably be serviced till the end of time.
Yeah.
And not really give you problems. But if it's a nice bike that you want to put modern stuff on, I think this could be a solution.
Yeah.
I don't know. AnyCycle shipped me one at the shop, Dirty River Bikes, and I'll play with it and tell you what I think. I have an old Bianchi my dad raced on when I was a kid that I would stick it in and see what happens.
Oh, Lanky made it. What's up, Lanky? Then
What's up, dude?
Aaron said she's late because she was on the phone with her dad, but she couldn't miss you.
Do you want another beer?
Yeah. I think I have one of mine in there, too.
All right.
Oh, Pudge, you're talking about borrowing the RF 150 to 600? We'll have to talk about this outside the stream because I'll get too nerdy about this stuff. Did someone ever come out with something to cover, protect exposed cables on bikes like that without messing with the shifting? Oh. Protect exposed cables? Do you need to protect exposed cables?
There's systems where you have your little ends and then the black piping stuff that goes over them.
Thanks.
They end up just filling with sand and crap. I would say
Whoa.
just change your cables, man.
Just change cables once in a while.
Yeah, like they're especially on an externally routed bike. It's not, if you're riding it that much, then it'd be worth it. If you can't do it, to either one, learn or pay somebody to do it.
Also, don't they say that bikes with exposed cables in general, isn't it supposed to ride better than sliding through all that housing? I thought I just read that somewhere.
Housing has gotten to the point where that's not as much of a thing anymore, which is why you see so many bikes with full-length housing shifter to derailleur. But yeah, for the most part, I mean, this point is welded to the frame. This point is welded to the frame. These 2 points will never get any closer, not in an effective way. Whereas this housing may be able to compress somewhat, especially if the casing fails. You get a split in the housing or something like that, and then it shifts like garbage. I mean, it's like a running joke in the shop. Something comes in and won't shift no matter what you do. It's not the hanger. It's not jockey wheels or chain worn out. You just go, oh, it's dead housing. And sometimes it's just dead housing. The housing just doesn't, you put tension in it and it just scrunches up and it doesn't shift.
I wonder if Erin's having that problem. She just a slight, like, no matter what has been done, she has a slight stutter and she drives her crazy. So.
Yeah, it could be some housing's damaged. It could be a jockey wheel is a little bit off. I'm not looking at it, so it's hard to say.
Is there any need to grease the cables or spray something inside the tubes on polymer coated shifter cables?
The first thing you do with coated cables is throw them in the garbage. They're absolute trash. Just throw them out. They're shit.
What's Yanda's opinion on that?
It's not an opinion, it's a fact. I work on bikes every single day that Shimano's lovely coated cables, the coating all bunches up off of the cable, and then it plugs up the housing, and the bike shifts like garbage. So what you do is you buy stainless, polished cables. They run way smoother, and even just a regular Jaguar slick cable is way better. And then they have tiers of polished cables, and they get better and better. There's kind of like some diminishing returns as far as how high to go on the cables. You spend too much on the cables, and you're just like, well, I want them to last longer and longer. The thing is it doesn't matter whether it's this $6 stainless slick cable or the $24 Ultra Pro polished cable. You're going to get the same lifespan out of it. It's just going to be smoother for most of that lifespan. So you still have to replace them just as much. If you're riding a lot of crap, buy the $6 cables and just buy them more often, and they'll be fresher and cleaner and smoother.
Large wants to know if you could smoke dabs out of these. We don't know. We haven't had them in hand yet.
I think the anodizing is really going to give you problems if to get it hot enough to get dabs to light off.
So it's a no on the dabs.
It's not quartz, bud.
Do you have any experience or opinion on internal gears, hubs, and belt drives?
Which one? Yes, I have opinions on pretty much anything you can ask.
Yes. Yeah.
Guaranteed.
That's a whole. Yeah. You could just drop that part of the questions from now on.
Belt drive is cool. There's a lot of applications where it makes sense. Kenny, the guy that owns Missing Falls, just bought Bobbick's Priority pinion geared belt drive bike. I just did an oil change on that for him. Super not hard service, $20, and not a difficult thing to do. And it seems like a pretty bulletproof thing. Like, Bobbick was never kind to that bike.
What do they only tell you to you change the oil every some big long. I mean,
it had not been done to our knowledge, which is why we did it. I think it probably would have been okay to keep going, but it wasn't super expensive. It's not difficult to do. There's a million videos of how to do it. So yeah, and the belts are not cheap, but they're not crazy expensive. They last a really long time. I think for stuff like commuters or, like commuters, utility bikes, stuff like that, belt drive is a really good solution because you don't have to clean them, you don't have to lube them, they don't care what the weather is. So yeah, it's a cool solution. There's certain frame compromises you have to make. You have to have a break in the frame for it to be compatible. Not the end of the world. There's a lot more belt drive bikes than ever. Soma's got the Wolverine with the belt drive compatibilities. The Fargos have belt drive. I think there was a version of the Timberjack that had belt drive. Tons of frame manufacturers make belt drivable stuff. Belt drive and cheap internally geared hubs, usually not great, because belts run a little bit higher of a tension, and the hubs just kind of tend to shit the bed with the extra force placed on that belt having to be under tension to function. Whereas a chain is not under tension. Like it's under load from you pedaling, but it's not under tension. So like on a single speed, if you just crank that chain super tight, you trash your bottom bracket bearings. So you have to have a bottom bracket, crankset, all that kind of stuff that's really designed for the belt drive stuff to work, for it to be a good experience. But I think for like a winter bike, it's pretty cool, especially if you have a legitimate drivetrain option like a pinion or a roll-off. I used to work at a shop that did more roll-off stuff than anybody else around here does. It's super cool shit.
It wouldn't take that much to take that crown, would it?
No.
No one really F's with roll-off, do they?
No, I mean, and they don't, like I said, roll-offs are expensive.
Yeah.
You know, you're $1,500-$1,600 for a hub, $100 for a shifter, $150 for a shifter, whatever it is. You have to find somebody dumb enough to work on them like me, because they're a huge pain in the ass. Like routing cables is not like super fun, but they're cool. They work. They're super reliable. If you stick within the parameters as far as input gearing that they want you to be in, you don't gear them super low and then put 1,000 pounds of firewood on a trailer behind it and blow the shear pins out of it, you'll be fine. More than one person's ridden around the world on a roll-off with a belt drive on it. Like they're reliable. They're proven.
The only thing I thought that Russ from Pathless Pedaled, and well, I think it was when he was interviewing, I always say it Monet, but he seems to pronounce it more like Money, the frame builder.
Money bikes, yeah.
Yeah. I think what they were chatting about, I think it was them, I can't remember, so don't quote me on that, but people were saying for long bike packing, it's nice because anything internal is so much more bulletproof, but if you do have a problem,
Yeah, so that's exactly it.
it's harder to find someone, whereas
like if you have a problem with a roll-off and you're in the middle of the United States, unless they have another roll-off, they're not going to be able to do anything besides an oil change for you. Unless you happen to break down in front of Cycle Monkey, the importer, in which case there's a few things they can do for you, like unbuild the wheel and ship it back to Germany for them to fix it, because that's really your option. So yeah, it's lower. Day-to-day failures are lower, but the failures are more catastrophic.
when it happens, you could be screwed.
The failures are more catastrophic when they happen. It's not like blowing up a derailleur where you just shorten the chain and you get to the next town and you buy another derailleur. Like my touring bike is a Surly long haul trucker, rim brakes with a triple crankset, friction shifters, 9-speed, just because I wanted to build a classic touring bike with it just normal shit. Besides the fact that it's all Dura-Ace and XTR, it's just normal stuff. And I can go buy a $21 chain anywhere. And it doesn't have to be, like Russ has said this a million times, it doesn't have to be a 9-speed chain. It could be a 10-speed chain. It could be an 11-speed chain.
I broke a chain on tour. I shortened it, and it was a 3x9, and I'm like, mentally, I'm like,
Yeah, just don't go big.
don't cross chain. And I try never to cross chain anyways, but then it's just like, pay more attention that you don't cross chain. You know?
Yeah, and with a friction shifter, I mean, it makes it a little easier to, you get a little bit of feedback. You're not just ramping it up, click, 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 and then you get a little bit of that feedback, and you kind of know, oh, hey, dummy, don't do that. So yeah, if it's a case of like a blown out outer link, and you just got to drop it one link, and you can't be an idiot and cross chain, then that's so yeah. The internally geared belt drive stuff, I think for commuting and stuff, it's really good because you're not often in a position where it's, you're late to work. Like, it's not the end of the world if you have a failure, but the failures are fairly few and far between. It's not something I would personally hop on and try and ride around the world because, like Russ and Money Bikers were talking about, if there's a problem, it's a problem. Like, I'll work on anything, but if you bring in a blown up roll off, I'm not going to touch it. And that's not because I'm afraid of them. That's because I'm not going to buy you a new hub when roll off says, yeah, you opened it, so we're not going to touch it. And if you own the hub, we're not going to do any service on it.
Yeah, what did Pudgy said? Tours and rando guys mess with roll-offs, but that's about it. Ever since the late 90s, early 2000s, DH scene gave up on them. DH?
Downhill.
Downhill, gotcha. And then aren't you a big fan of the, what do the Bromptons have, Sturmy Archers?
Well, I wouldn't say like a big fan. I think the Bromptons...
I've heard you bring them up enough to call you a big fan.
I think the Bromptons, as far as like, if you're going to have a folding bike, everything is trash but a Brompton. And don't say Bike Friday because that's not a folding bike. That's just a bike that comes apart.
I wasn't going to say that because I've never heard of it.
Well, there's the internet that we're talking to. They will say it.
Are you fucked if you use Spire brakes? Yes.
No.
Yes.
Well, I don't have any Spire brakes, but I do have a set of Spike brakes. They're
Oh, is
fine.
that what you...
No, Spire and Spike. Spire's the road version, Spike's the mountain version. Same exact brake.
TRPs?
Yeah.
Pudgy's trying to sell a set right now.
Mechanical or?
Mechanical.
Well, I mean, would I say fucked? No. I have a bike that I never ride with a set on it, and they stop great. So yeah, you'll never have any problems if you don't ride it.
Yeah, if you ride a lot.
If it's a post mount bike and budget is a factor, buy BB7s. They're probably fine.
You still here, Dylan? Do you hear that? Buy BB7s.
That was mostly a pubes. BB7s are probably fine.
Probably fine.
I just bought a whole.
Oh,
box.
Yinzer, that is my family's old set of jarts up there. Is that off topic? But those are my original jarts from growing up.
Oh wow.
Yeah, I had to put them in the set.
Contraband.
Yeah,
Highly illegal.
yeah. Just illegal to sell.
Yeah. Yeah, you can own them, of course.
Me and Brad from Columbus. We're in the Finger Lakes, and it started to get dark, and everyone had
People
glow
get
sticks.
lost in the Finger Lakes.
So we started using glow sticks, the glow stick things, to play jarts in the dark, and we're like, this is exactly why these are illegal now.
Yeah.
People like us drinking beers and playing in the dark with jarts. So,
Well,
anyways,
you gotta put glow sticks on the darts too.
yeah, we did. Oh, we
Oh
wrapped
yeah,
them
so
everywhere.
so then you could see
Yeah,
the
cover,
darts.
yeah.
Yeah, you're fine.
Yeah, duck.
It's like bird shit. Just don't look up.
Racer said if he was doing world shit, he would do the roll-off belt thing because the odds are small, which is true. Like, and I think that's a fair calculated risk for someone to decide they want to make. You know, chances are it's going to be fine, but if it's not,
Yeah.
you're in the worst position possible.
Like I said, more than one person has made it work all the way around the whole planet on a roll-off. And like I said, if you stick to their input gearing recommendations, and the Pudgy brought up downhill. Downhill bikes are just, I mean, they're for going fast, and roll-off hubs are not for going fast. They're heavy. They weigh more than most bikes' entire wheel sets.
So, here, not going to know how to pronounce. Zealot 2000 said, beginner question. Yeah, but of course it's okay. Any beginner question is fine. I switched to tubeless on my gravel bike last season, and they lost all the air over the winter while in storage. What should I do?
Well, first of all, don't worry about it. That's pretty much how it goes. It's super normal.
Super normal if they're just sitting.
So if you set them up, you know how to mount, dismount. You have the ability to reset the bead. I would just pull the tires off, wipe them out. If there's any, depending on what kind of sealant you used, Stan's is kind of famous for separating. And it gets like this oily residue that kind of starts seeping through tires. So you're going to want to clean that out. If it's another sealant, Orange Seal or Panaracer Smart Seal or, God forbid, that Bontrager crap. Yeah, just clean them up, put more seal in them, rebeat them, and ride them.
Yeah, no problem.
And ride them. That's the kind of the key. If
Yeah,
you just
if they
throw
sit,
seal in them and walk away, they're going to be flat again in a day. So
yeah, that's totally normal. If they're just sitting, the sealant is never getting around to do its job.
well, and the other thing about riding them, especially on something like a Renaer's tire like these, the casing is so light that as you ride it and it flexes and the threads kind of all settle into place, you're going to develop more leaks. And everything's going to kind of stretch in that kind of initial riding, and that's when you want to get that good coating of sealant on there. And that really helps.
Danny Smith asked, what are some good chain brands you would recommend going with?
What kind of drivetrain?
Oh yeah, so what kind of drivetrain? We'll wait on that one. And then
Not Shimano. I don't care if you have a Shimano drivetrain. I'll never buy a Shimano chain ever in my life.
I think I mostly...
That harkens back to what's your opinion of Shimano? Shimano's not good.
I run SRAM even on my Shimano.
Yeah,
bikes.
Shimano doesn't make great chains. SRAM makes good chains.
What is this chain? I can't remember. I got the box right here. This is something different.
If you have a Shimano drivetrain and you really don't want to run a SRAM chain, put a KMC on it.
KMC.
Yeah.
This is. I'm speaking up like I have to. Oh, what we have on here is a Connex.
Whipperman, Connex.
Whipperman?
Yeah, not
No.
not a bad chain. They're pretty durable. Some drivetrain combos, they don't like shift super great. They're expensive. I mean,
Yeah, it was on sale though.
like if you look, it's a $75 chain, 30% off for a 10-speed chain.
That's why we waxed it.
They're pretty durable though. There's some guys that kind of swear by them. You can find them on YouTube.
We'll find out. I'm guessing I'll probably put a lot of
That
miles
fucking
on.
dog killer, he was really into Whipperman chains.
Pudgy said Tim's pissy because he bought some Spires that had 3,000 miles on them, then was a sad boy because they didn't feel new. No, you had to adjust them every like 20
Yeah,
months.
so
you took them apart and tried to. You even like pipe thread or pipe.
Yeah.
What's the word I'm
So
looking for?
the
Loctite.
adjusters just wouldn't stay on his. And
Yeah.
his aren't the only ones. We had another
There's more,
customer,
yeah.
Scott, who rides a ton, did the exact same thing to them. They wouldn't hold adjustment. They're fine for what they are. They're not going to last forever, and you can't really expect them to last forever. And Tim didn't expect them to last forever. They lasted their lifespan, and then we got new ones.
Yeah, got real brakes. That's what we're also putting on this.
These
bike.
are also triple the price. So
Yeah, triple the price. Yeah, easily.
they're better, though. They're a lot better.
Yeah, that's one thing that's worth talking about because I've talked about it, but as a bike mechanic, these Grotech equals, you've been saying how much you think, like, from setting a number up
Yeah,
and
I've
seeing me
set
ride
up
my bike a
multiple
lot.
sets of them.
Yeah,
They're good. It's not like a. Yeah, I think they're really good brakes. I haven't had to tear a set apart to service them, but they have kind of diagrams that are almost in English
yeah.
to do it. But it's pretty straightforward. The biggest thing, they have stainless hardware. Paul, get your head out of your ass. Like, come on.
Yanda hates that clampers don't have stainless hardware. And, well, you've proven, you've showed me where it's been a problem.
Yeah, I mean, they get rusty. Like, for what they cost, that's completely unacceptable to me.
Yeah.
I mean, bikes, even Paul will say, we want to make components that will last longer than the bike that you can move to your next bike.
Yeah. That's the selling point of clampers.
They shouldn't be rusty in 5 rides in the rain. Not even salt, just rain. I would say, in my opinion, these don't come in long pull, so mountain bike pull, whatever. So you have to kind of figure out a lever solution if you want to run them on a flat bar. These blow clampers out of the water in terms of ease of setup, what's included, lever feel. They're really good.
2 brake things. Tony said he has Scott Spires now. And Dylan said, say no.
Oh, Tony's in here. Yeah, so Tony just had a tire that wasn't holding air. And, yeah, we just put sealant in it, and it skinned back over. And, Tony, has it been fine? Let me know. He hasn't come back, so
Yeah.
he either is like, fuck those guys, they don't know how to fix bikes, I'm never going back, or it's kind of okay.
And then Dylan said, say no to BB7.
BB7s they're like $45 brakes. Like, you cannot complain about them. They're rebuildable. They're $45. You can fix them. You can throw them out. You can buy another pair. Pads are available at like every bike shop. Like, you can't say shit about BB7s. They're available in road pull. They're available in linear. Like, they're good brakes.
Pudgy said we'll be the first to say that he runs SRAM chains and is a Shimano fanboy, and I'm the same way. I didn't know Shimano chains had a bad reputation, even though I've broken one. But I'm a Shimano guy. I buy
hate
SRAM
Shimano,
chains.
But I will definitely not run their chains.
Yeah. And then, where was... Yanda, do you ever just keep sealant in there and top up? Cleaned out orange sealant over... for the year on your mountain bike, and it was a day-long event. I only top up.
Well, what do you mean cleaned out? Like I dump it out, rinse it out, and then I let the tires dry, and that's the end of it. I don't spend a whole day doing that.
But if you ride your bike a lot, you would just top up, right? You don't.
For the season, if the bike's going to hang up, I'll
Yeah,
dump
hang
all
up.
the sealing out so you don't have a big booger at one end.
Yeah, I guess my bikes
like-
never hang up.
Like
so I
my
don't think-
summer tires for my fat bike, now that I have a dedicated wheel set that they live on, I pop the bead, dump the sealant out, scrub the tire out real quick, and then I just let them sit with the beads off so that they're dry and they don't have like weird separating sealant in them all winter long. Now that winter never happened, my studded tires need to be cleaned out and let dry because I don't really want a pair of tires that are about $700 for a pair of tires to get trashed by having sealant sit in them.
Oh, Dimitri, you finally topped yours up. Yeah, we've been talking about that forever.
But yeah, for like day to day, it's a few months till the end of the season or whatever, or it's your commuter, you ride it year round no matter what, like Tim's Raleigh. Just add more sealant. I mean, Tim is, I would say, compared to a regular customer, and Large is also in this group, in the case of where they never, ever have so much sealant build up in their tires that they have to be peeled out, cleaned out before their tires are worn out.
I wear them out. I've had tires that I've never topped off. I've worn them out, and then when we take them off, they're totally dry. But
Yeah.
I've made it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
so that's the thing. Like once you have that skin built up in there, if you don't get a puncture, the tire may not leak enough for you to ever notice it. But if you do get a puncture, it's not going to seal if you don't have any sealant in
Yeah.
there.
I usually, when I finally flat on my Renaires, is because I've run them down too low.
Yeah, and like
that's
the
when
thing.
I
So,
change them out.
so like this is the tire, basically just of various sizes that Tim puts the most miles on.
Yeah.
Is the knobbly Renaires. These are high performance race car tires, basically. They don't last, 10,000 miles like a Schwalbe Marathon is. So you're not going to be putting 3 or 4 years worth of sealant in them for somebody that rides the amount that Tim or Large or, Tony, who's in the chat, who rides a lot. Like they're high performance tires. They're expensive and they don't last that long, but they ride really friggin' nice. So you got to pay to play. Like, if you don't want to deal with that, if that kind of risk isn't worth the supple ride,
Right.
the traction,
The
don't buy them tires.
The supple life.
No.
No, really,
Yeah, just the traction.
they're
Like,
$90 tires that I go through almost
Yeah.
twice a year on my Raleigh.
Yeah, they're very expensive tires, but they're race car tires. Like
Yeah.
it's race day. Well, not race day because these aren't like the black sidewall ultralights that if you breathe on them too hard, you blow the sidewall out of them.
Yeah.
But it's not rubber that has a ton of stabilizers in it, like your Schwalbe commuter tires or your Armadillos from Specialized, where there's all these stabilizers and silicates so that the tire just lasts for friggin' ever. That's not the case. You go ride these one day in salty weather, you're going to start getting surface cracks in the rubber just because there's not stabilizers and stuff in it. And I'm like, we can have Hugh on and he can talk about rubber chemistry.
Yeah.
Like he's way friggin' smarter than I am about that stuff. Like it's not even, we don't live on the same planet when it comes to that.
Yeah.
But you get super sticky rubber that's really grippy and it's going to wear out. And what do you get? 3,000 or 4,000 miles?
Not even.
Yeah. So 2,500 miles.
2,500-ish on
On
my
a
Raleigh.
rear. Yeah.
And I ride a lot of road on it. So
Yeah, and pavement's going to wear them out. I mean, obviously.
this bike, they'll probably last a lot longer. This will be more for truly off-road or bike packing. So
Yeah, so.
let's see.
But I like how they ride, and I don't care if they're expensive. Because
That's one thing.
I like it.
The money I'm spending on tires, I know it's a lot, and maybe it could even be seemed a little wasteful, but I ride my Raleigh instead of driving my car all the time, and a couple tanks of gas is
Yeah.
one of those tires. So
I just enjoy them. Like,
Yeah. they're the best.
where I'm currently at in my life, I have 2 really young kids. I have super limited time that I can even ride a bike. So when I get to go ride my bike, I'm going to ride what I enjoy.
Yeah.
So I put the shit that I want to have on
I
my
totally
bikes.
understand when people hit up about the budget tire, or the tire that lasts, and
Oh,
that's,
100%.
if
And
that's
there's-
that's totally understandable, and if that's
And if it was a bike that I was riding through glass every day and I didn't have a tubeless rim, there's no way I would come anywhere near a tire like this.
Yeah.
Like I would put a Schwalbe Marathon or a Mondial or something like that, a Continental double fighter, a $25 to $50 tire at the top end, and yeah, just ride the shit out of them. Like I ran Continental tour rides on my touring bike for a long time before I put the either Renaris or Gravel Kings, whichever set I put on it when I ride it, because they're $14 tires and you can beat the shit out of them. And if you cut one, you're out $14. You buy another one.
And the tour rides don't even ride that bad. I've ridden a couple sets of them too, but
No,
they're not.
They're not.
Yeah.
They don't compare to this.
Yeah.
But if you don't have the money, don't feel like you need to spend the money, because just go ride your bike, and a $14 tire is going to do the job. And I've run them, and they're great. They don't give me problems. And like if I have a friend who needs a hand, like putting a bike together, those are the tires that I buy to put on most people's bikes if I'm going to buy tires for somebody that needs a hand getting a way to get to work or something, is tour rides or regular marathons, the non-plus version, because they're a little bit more budget friendly, or the Schwalbe Spicer or something like that, an affordable, tough friggin' tire.
Tony said, thanks for asking about the tire, Yanda. Fuck those guys. They don't know how to fix bikes. I'm never going back.
Glad we got that squared away.
And then there was a lot
See you on the 12th of never.
Yeah. A lot of comments about, Large and Dylan are total Clamper fanboys, so they were a little upset. I'm
not.
Clampers are great brakes. I have nothing against them.
I think the lever feel, the power is great. I think for all the talk that this guy talks about manufacturing prowess and engineering, and that's why they cost what they cost and they can pay people a living wage, maybe if that's the reason they're expensive, then maybe they shouldn't be so expensive, because you kind of dropped the ball.
So we had this conversation already. Blackball Chris just asked about this. Fillmore tubeless valve, smash or trash? Well, people have been using them. Is
that shit that goes all the way through?
It's
the
supposed
valve stem that pushes in from the top with the plunger on the bottom?
You need the new special cap. So
pull them up. Pull them up.
Dylan and a number of people in the chat, Lanky, Dylan, they've all dumped them, so they don't like them. Oh wait, I gotta put more than that in.
If it's what I think it is, trash.
No, everyone who's used them has given them up. So
absolute garbage. Yeah, I know exactly what those are. Biggest.
They
thing,
seemed like a really good concept, and it turned out not to be. From what everybody here who has used them has said so far. Whoops.
I just pulled a set of these out of a bike because the guy had a little bit of a reputation for breaking shit, so we went with Cushcore. They're not insert compatible at all whatsoever.
That's perfect, because someone just asked about that.
They will not work with Cushcore, not even a little bit. I don't care what they say. I don't know if it says or not in here. They fixed a problem that doesn't exist. If your bike shop's charging you more than like $1.85, $2 for press-to-valve cores, tell them to fuck off and go to a different bike shop.
Bikepacking.com did an initial review.
Just throw your valve cores out. Every time you change your sealant, throw your valve cores out and spend $4 on 2 new valve cores, put new ones in, and this isn't a problem. So for the $40 that these cost that don't solve a problem, you could do 10 sealant refreshes with brand new valve cores every time you put new sealant in.
Yeah, that's been the opinion in the Discord as people have talked about them.
They don't work at all. I think the biggest problem with them is once you do get sealant in them, then they're sealed off. That sealant dries inside of there. Whereas a regular valve core, it's sealed up at the top. The sealant splashes up in there, but it's always wet sealant that's constantly in there. So if the sealant in your wheel is wet, the sealant in the valve is wet.
Gotcha.
So it's going to blow through there. It's going to still have...
So it's not sitting in there.
Sealed off, drying up. And then you have this big booger in there.
Bless you.
Speaking of boogers.
Squilly said, any thoughts about tire inserts? That's what I was saying, led into for gravel and light single track.
Well, excuse me. Yeah. How much do you weigh if you are anywhere near my size and you want to run a gravel bike with anything smaller than a 48? Run the Cushcore Gravel or Cushcore CX.
Huh. I know Dylan ran them for a while, but I can't remember what
Brad's
his opinion.
running them. Visker. Oh, wait, is that?
Are we getting broken into, or is it someone we know?
I mean, they have a bicycle.
Okay, that's a good sign. Someone with a bicycle just showed up.
Oh, Visker, I got somebody here to talk to you about tire inserts on gravel bikes.
Hey, Brad, hurry up. We're talking about Cushcore.
So Brad, the guy that just wrote in, was our first test candidate in our personal shop group of friends to try the 700C gravel CX inserts, and his bike can fit 42s, and my fat ass on that bike could run way lower pressures than what he was running on the bike, and the tires ramp up like way faster. It's like it acts like a token in a fork, so they get stiffer as they compress because there's less air volume in them. But yeah, I was super impressed. I've ridden Cushcore on mountain bikes, not my mountain bikes, because my mountain bikes have a 3-inch tire minimum, so why would you put Cushcore in there? So yeah, but as far as, ooh, somebody's driving me home. So
Funny Brad in the house.
yeah, this is our #1 test candidate on Cushcore gravel
Nice.
on bikes that can only. I'm gonna put these in the fridge.
I thought they were kind of. Where's the camera now?
Up here by the TV.
I thought they were gonna.
They're not going to be able to hear you until I mic you up.
Oh really?
Yeah, me and Yanda were wireless. I'll put a third mic up. But let me.
Where's the mic? So
Here. You talk about Cushcore while I set up another mic.
I have to talk about it. No, I really.
And
have to
they
talk
also
about it?
asked if there's a.
Just tell us what you think about your. You don't have to talk about the ins and outs of Cushcore.
They
also
asked if
thanks.
there's any tires you don't like.
Oh, buddy, I brought one actually.
Brought a real beer.
Okay. Well, I'm already sneezing. If I was drinking liquor, shit would have gone way downhill way
The other
earlier.
thing is,
Yeah, I'm
the
not
funny
bringing
thing
you
is you
rum.
stepped away to sneeze, but you're wearing a wireless mic, so
Well, that's why we needed the producer that fucked off on us to hit the mute button.
Who's the producer?
Don't worry about it. He knows who he is.
You a bottle opener?
He's handling the comments.
gotta
So
keep
if
this
anybody
on.
gets out of hand,
Which part tool have a bottle opener on?
Jesus.
My
Anyways,
kitchen's done.
the Cushcore.
This is great television.
Yeah, I thought I was
No way
skeptical
I'm
at
putting
first,
my
but
mouth on that.
Chris was right. I could tell very quickly. Oh boy. Yeah, I can just hit stuff way, pretty hard, and it barely registers.
Well, I rebuilt his
yeah.
wheels, and they didn't need to be rebuilt. So
Yeah.
after the Cushcore and some pretty heavy duty action.
I
from what I
feel like
understand.
I've tested them pretty well at this point. I do like them. I thought it was going to be a gimmick, but it turned out to be very noticeable.
Yeah.
I know Dylan ran it for a while, but I can't remember what he thought.
Yeah, I think the bigger the tire, the less the return, which is kind of the opposite of what I think the conventional
Hello.
wisdom on something like that would be.
Can I take this off now? Or I have to keep this one on?
No, yeah, put it on if you want to put it on your hoodie if you're taking off your wool jacket. Hello. Can you guys hear me now?
Oh, that's synthetic, bud.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, that's working. Cool. Got 3 mics. Look at me. It's almost like I know what I'm doing. What are Yanda's thoughts on quality wheels for cheap wheel options?
Well, do you want it cheap or do you want them good?
So you're saying you can't.
The brand quality, like quality wheels from QBP, they built.
This is lanky, so does that give you any background that you need?
I mean, there are things to stay away from, like super cheap single wall wheels, machine built wheels, not really great.
I don't know. Have you ever tried Weltas?
Yeah. Only fixed gear wheel set I was able to kill was a set of Weltas.
Mountain Biker Boy said he's used cush core. It adds a tad bit of cush. You've dented a lot of rims prior to using them. You lose a little pop if you're riding the rocks.
Yeah, so that would pop. I think he's referring to how you can come up off the rocks if you're trying to butter through a techie section, if you will.
Oh, butter through techie section.
Yeah. Yeah, I know Enduro Bro and Gravel Jerk. I speak a little Gravel Jerk.
Speaks a little gravel jerk. That's I just repeat now. I'm doing you.
That's what I
Dylan,
did.
Dylan
Like,
said.
so what you were saying with the mountain bike, I have noticed riding bikes of all tire sizes, the cush core makes a bigger difference on the smaller tires.
Dylan said he's tried the XC and the Pro Cush Core in mountain bike and gravel bikes. Settled on no Cush Core for the gravel bike and Pro Cush Core in the rear only for the mountain bike.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Felt too harsh with Cush Cores. Dylan also
Go lower.
Dylan also is a pretty light rider.
Go lower on your pressure then.
Oh, lower on the pressure.
Yeah. I was blown away how low I had to go till I started even feeling like there was problems. Went up like 3.5 PSI over that. Like on a 42 millimeter tire, I was running on his bike 31 PSI, which there's no possible way I could ever do that without a cush core, without building him a third set of wheels.
Yeah, why did Brad destroy so many wheels? Because me and Ben don't destroy that many. Well, I mean, I've destroyed. I mean, it's hanging up behind me, but
I destroyed one.
The major incident was, I think, fairly unique. It was, a dried up riverbed with giant rocks, small tires on a bike with a bunch of shit on it, maybe not quite enough air pressure
That
for
wasn't
the
the
situation.
riverbed. That was just we were going through.
There was like leaves covering some shit up.
Yeah.
It was. So yeah, I think it was a series of factors played into not enough air, too much stuff on the bike for the amount of air.
It wasn't. I wasn't carrying anything then.
Well, whatever.
oh, was that?
I was
when
led
you
to
wouldn't
believe that
carry
this-
anything? I don't remember that.
I was led to believe
He
that
gets
this
flats
was
all
on
the
a
time.
bike
He's like, yeah, I have no
race.
tools on me.
That is not true. We were camping, so we already dumped all our stuff. It was all at the
Okay.
farm.
A lot of breathing up in here. Oh, sorry.
Oh,
Well,
it's
anyways.
probably me. I'm like,
Yeah, try not.
I mean, the thing is the wheel, it was a White Industries G25 rim on White Industries hubs that I built, and he slammed
you
the
say?
wheel super hard. Dented it.
yeah, and they don't
it
make
was-
those rims anymore. Just
And
saying.
it was retention, and he rode thousands more miles on it
That's
with
true
no
too.
failure.
Yeah.
So,
Oh, they added these new reactions.
It did start. Weren't there micro cracks? Or
oh, there
something?
was thousands of micro cracks all the way around the rim.
Yeah.
But no failure. Whereas we get rims in from WTB with 1,000 miles on them, and every spoke nipple hole has a crack in it. So I'm not gonna say it's not a quality rim. Like, they made a good rim. It performed beyond its standard duty.
Yeah, that's a good way to look at it.
Someone asked about this subject change, but I don't know if any of us have seen them yet. American Classics for the gravel tires. Are they junk tires? Do we know of this brand? What up, guys? So someone bought the name American. It was an old tire that someone just brought
Yeah,
back,
so
right?
American Classic did a lot of wheels not super long ago. Shermack has a set of American Classic wheels that I've rebuilt a couple times for his Dragon. They're fine, decent quality. Weird nipple system, if you know what I mean.
I'm not sure I do.
So,
Yeah. Show us. Show us on the.
But the tires is...
Sorry.
Someone
No.
brought them back as budget tires. I don't think any of us have seen them yet.
yeah, I think that's like asking like what Motobacons are like these days. Like,
Someone bought the name.
it has nothing to do with your dad's Motobacon in the basement.
I think they
like,
were just asking about the new tires.
Yeah,
without the-
so
yeah.
based on the old American Classic stuff, I can't say because it's a completely different planet.
Yeah.
So hard to say.
Yeah, I think
they might be
They
cool.
reviewed them on bikepacking.com. Said they seemed to be reasonable for the price. They said they were kind of saying they were punching above the weight belt for the price, but that's what bikepacking.com had to say, and they're usually pretty.
I mean, that phrasing sounds like a shill review. So yeah.
It did. It sounded like they sent us these. They were free. They're fine. And
Yeah.
I think that's probably what it is. They're not Renaers. They cost half of what they cost, and they probably perform half as well. I would probably guess.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, for budget tires, stick with major brands. Because if there's a problem with them, they're going to be able to warranty them. Like if it's not a round tire, which I'd say COVID and post-COVID, we see so many tires that are not friggin' round. You inflate them, there's a big hop in it, and the bead's seated all the way around, but just where they laid the tread over.
Yikes.
Goodyear, which again, it's just somebody operating under the name. It's not, we're in Akron. They're not making these things down the street from us. Somebody bought the name.
Yeah.
And
Goodyear sold it.
so many of the ones that we brought in, we wanted to sell them. We wanted them to be cool tires. We talked to their supposed engineers or whatever, and they said they put all this work into these tires. I'd say 25% of the ones that we got in ever actually lived out life as a bicycle tire on a bicycle because they weren't round. They would misshapen at like 70% of full pressure. You'd try and seat a bead and it would egg shape the tire. Yeah, they were not good quality. So I would say, like, for budget tires, stick with somebody you've heard of: Continental, Schwalbe, Kenda. Somebody big that whoever you bought them from is going to be
Pan Eraser.
Well, I don't consider Pan Eraser like a budget tire.
Really?
No,
Not even the Gravel Kings?
they make these.
No, I mean the Gravel King's a $70 tire.
Yeah, just look at this guy over here.
I mean, I guess Pacellas are fairly cheap. You know,
Yeah, they're fairly cheap, but those are really good tires.
yeah, but they're fairly cheap. But there's also
Hang on.
Pudgy Pedal Pusher Super Shattered $1.99. Yanda has a weird fucking nipple system. Banana.
Banana.
Thank you.
Banana. Man, he
I
really pronounces that PH sound.
Yeah. I had no audio the first night. That was the whole thing that happened. And I made so much money that night because everyone just wanted to hear this guy talk. Anyways, that's back
is
when,
that before you knew that it read out banana?
I didn't,
Banana.
yeah. And there's like 13 people watching, and it was like the most profitable stream night ever. But Acarix asked, are you familiar with Pathfinder Pros? Because he said, my Pathfinder Pros took like 70 miles just to get rid of the thin mold flash on the center of the tire. How much more supple are Renaers in comparison?
Not on the same planet.
Well, if you said it took 70 miles, then yeah, not on the same.
Well, that's just rubber compound as far as that goes. So that's not sidewall casing.
because that's where the suppleness comes in more.
Yeah, it's in the
70
side.
miles. Good grief.
And that's not unreasonable. To ride the center flash.
My
lane.
Gravel Kings have like, I've done
They
a
have
tour on
nubbins
them,
on
and they
them.
still have it on the
Yeah,
side.
so that's-
That's
But that's not. Yeah, durometer of the rubber is not necessarily directly correlated to the suppleness of the casing. I mean,
the what?
That's the word they use too, and I have no idea.
durometer.
Yeah.
How hard the rubber is.
Durameter.
Yeah, like
I get it. I'm putting the two words together. Yeah,
the old thinker
yeah. Putting them
got
on
her
there.
cooking.
Yeah, we got some Latin and Greek going on, huh?
You're welcome, guys.
Some top-notch shit. Yeah, I mean, I have some Specialized tires back when I had to work at a Specialized dealer to pay bills.
Some Bont Ragers.
No, I don't have any Bong Rangers. But, and they're fine. They're, as far as like a 32 millimeter like tubeless road tire.
Do you remember those big
They're
Hanks?
pretty good.
The
I don't.
they were like 2-inch slicks that they had.
That sounds like a
Bontrager's.
Fat Frank copy.
This was like 2007 something. Yeah,
I mean, yeah. For the
2009.
Big Ben, the Supermoto, all these Schwalbe tires that have been around forever.
Yeah.
I mean, they're fine. What I would do is those aren't cheap tires, so ride them till they die, and then pick something else.
Yeah.
Or just
Or
pick
if you
something
like
else.
them, buy another pair. Just do what you like.
Yinder asked, and this is an interesting question that I've never thought of, and I don't know if it's any. How much sealant does Cushcore suck up?
Ooh.
It's closed cell foam, so they say none.
It shouldn't, because it's real. Yeah, it doesn't. It feels almost like, I guess, impervious.
Yeah, it's like the cells aren't linked to each other, so they don't. And they have like a slick coating on them. It's not like a sponge.
Yeah.
So, I don't know. I guess next time Brad wears out a set of tires, I'll weigh his Cushcores and see where we're at. Because I have a brand new set on the shelf, and I'll weigh those, and I'll weigh his, and I'll tell you. But I don't think it's very much. I've changed multiple tires for customers with Cushcores on them, and they're not notably heavier when I take them out. I also don't find that bikes with Cushcore need sealant more often than bikes without Cushcore.
Here's one from Mountain Biker Boy. I think we all know Mountain Biker Boy in person, by the way. At least I do. I think you do too. He's done some Yetis. Anyways.
He knows who he is. That's
Yeah.
the thing about it.
Okay, finally get asked a question I've been waiting for. Can you install a 50 millimeter tire on a 27 millimeter inner with 32 millimeter outer with rim?
Completely fine. It'd be
Totally fine. Yeah,
Doesn't-
it says.
people are. I run Stan's Baron rim, so that's look that up for me, like 35 millimeter internal.
We'll take your word for it.
All right, 35 millimeter internal, like plus tire
Get
rim
on
on
it.
my Fargo, because that's what the Fargo, likes big tires. But I'm running these tires, 55 millimeter tires, on a massive rim made for 3-inch tires, and it's fine. I don't have any problems with it.
Nice.
So a 27 millimeter internal with a 50 mil tire, you'd be fine.
No problem.
100%.
And I know Racer pushes it to the maximum limit. He likes his tires to go super round. That's his whole thing. So
Yeah, I mean, I prefer a little bit wider rim because it stands up the sidewall, and it makes the tire just a little bit stiffer.
oh, we got
And
Otis in here.
And I'm
Yeah.
fat.
He said roll them big Hanks.
Pull that
we're-
big Hank. What was the other?
We were just talking about those two.
Pudgy said he likes Pathfinder Pros. He said they're great and he hates Specialized. So there
Yeah,
you go.
that's the thing. I mean, Specialized is a tire company that sells bicycles. Never forget that. Their first product ever was a tire.
I had a Specialized
Never
trainer.
forget
I had a
that.
Specialized trainer tire and I got a flat on a trainer, so I've never been a fan of Specialized tires. How do you get a
trainer
flat on
tire?
a trainer?
You probably put it on wrong.
I didn't put it on wrong.
Almost certain he put it on wrong.
Didn't put it on wrong. I was riding with Dustin Klein too. It was his virtual ride, and I got a flat.
Name drop.
Anyone could have. All you had to do was like go on Zwift. It wasn't like I was invited. You had no idea who I am. Well, he did jump in a stream a couple weeks ago, so I guess now he does. But then there's no chance he did. Anyway.
Well, it doesn't matter. He didn't even do your ride, man. He had to quit. He was a quitter.
Dustin Klein?
No, you. You had to quit because you had a flat.
Yeah.
Oh.
On a trainer ride.
DNF.
Yeah, DNF.
Well, so it's my fault that you didn't have the coin to have a domestique on hand to make sure you didn't have any flats on your indoor ride.
Oh.
It was supposed to be a fun thing.
Well,
Anyways.
I'm available for private events.
Muskrat thinks you need your own channel.
It's $420 for an event, $69 a rider, maximum 5 riders.
If I had a nickel. Sam Diaz asked if he missed all the Brooks talk. You'll get banned.
That's one strike.
One
It's
strike.
a 2-strike night. Large, you know what to do.
Imperious.
Hey, Joshua Doss, member for 7 months, said, "What's up?"
Where did
I
he tell
remember
you
my
that?
first beer.
Member for 7 months.
Yeah, Racer said. Oh, there's a member. You get like.
Oh,
they
when
haven't.
it-
I wish they would add a thing that would read those out loud, but it doesn't.
Yeah.
It's just my software. But
So when it's green like that.
you at least get a.
Gotcha.
Yes, yeah. Just like Pontiac said, wider is better.
Yes.
Micah D's up in here.
Like a Grand
Like a
Prix.
D.
Micah D's nuts. it's after 10. We're allowed to say what we want now.
Oh, I've been
Oh
saying
yeah,
what
I,
I want since
I
I
told
got
Yanda
here.
I wasn't coming over before 10.
Oh, I missed that part. You,
I didn't say it, that's why. I just thought it.
Pudgy's bummed he didn't come up tonight, which makes sense because yeah. Did I
What
miss
did
something?
Muskrat say?
Oh, that was about getting his own. That Yanda needs his own show.
Oh, a little more.
Down. To,
I mean, there's a lot of stuff I'm really
There's
good
no
at,
farther down.
and all of whatever's happening over here is not high on the list of it.
Has he just been working on your bike this whole time?
yeah, that was
I mean, like,
Okay.
kind of.
sort of.
I thought he was like, he just couldn't
I
help
hope this
it.
won't be like the time we were drinking when Brian Marsh was working on my bike. And then
Oh, I
went-
could have gotten him to come over, actually.
And then I went to ride home, and me and Aaron had to be somewhere at a certain time, and I went to turn to go on the wire bridge, and I turned my bars, and the tire stayed straight. The wheel stayed straight. Didn't
Did you
tighten my
just turn
headset.
around and come back? Or?
Yeah, I was like, Aaron, sorry. She had never ridden alone, like, through the city before, and she had to ride all the way back. Her
Aw.
car was here, and she's like, it's cool. I'll be fine.
It's okay,
Got-
Brad's riding all the way back here. Gonna have to drive my car home.
Oh, okay, okay.
All right.
Oh, for a second I thought you were going to put that up in the stand.
Well, I have a backup stand on the. We can roll deep. Yeah, I brought my big boy stand because I'm not bending over, if you know what I mean.
Is that the quality it's going through? I hope not.
Yeah, I don't know.
Shouldn't be. Oh, we lost it for a second, but it came back.
If I had a nickel.
I think Spectrum's been having issues with all the tree repairs and stuff.
Yeah.
Tree repairs.
Wait.
They're fixing all
Oh.
the trees.
Hey, Asus. Good to see you in here. It's been a little while. We've chatted on Instagram, but
Nobody
Down
fucks
the
with the
street.
Jesus.
yeah, I can't remember. Now it's actually been so long, I can't remember if it is pronounced Jesus or Jesus. But
That was more of a. I was.
He's just quoting Lebowski.
I know you're
Lebowski.
quoting Lebowski, but I honestly don't remember.
Are surly owners always grumpy?
Yeah, Squilly asked, why are surly owners always grumpy?
Maybe.
What the fuck's wrong with surly owners?
Here you go.
Yeah, see, well,
Live an example.
yeah, proved it. Yeah, just
I
proved
think
it.
that's why he.
Yeah, it might be
The question.
Go get my second surly hat out of the car. We're doubling up.
Maybe they're just gravitate towards the name, like attracts like. Yeah, it is Spectrum Racer.
Oh, it is. Yeah, okay. So it is Jesus. Yeah, I thought so, but it's been a while because I remember asking back in the day.
We're actually rocking Adelphia here.
Say what?
We're on Adelphia here.
What does that mean?
It's an old internet provider.
Oh, yeah.
Is it? They might even still be active further south. Now that I think about it, like in Worcester.
That was pre-Time Warner. I mean, that was
Yeah.
multiple buyouts
Yeah,
ago.
the guy that runs that hip camp that Tim made famous or whatever. The guy that loves you.
Yeah. Not sure I made it famous.
Well, he says you saved his business.
Oh, good for you.
He ran a ISP for a while, and I
yeah.
tried to get the name of it from him.
Yeah, he told us, but it's not like I'm going to remember
Yeah,
that when I
yeah,
had
yeah.
to mix it with 200 years of history of the
Yeah.
site that we were staying
Back
at.
when any mom and pop could run their own ISP.
Oh, yeah. Could you... I think this would kind of be worth explaining what you're doing here, because you just stuck that on, right?
Oh yeah, this.
Yeah.
Yeah, so this derailleur that was acquired through various methods for not money is
What a interesting thing to point out.
it wants
So pertinent.
it wants housing run directly to the derailleur right here. So this bike has a stop right here, and it wants an open cable all the way to the derailleur like your standard various bicycles top pole of all makes and models. The problem is it comes out of here at a weird angle, and eventually it'll wear a slot in this. So I put a stick-on cable guide, and we're going to stick some housing in here where the other shift cable comes through. Put it in there, and then bada bing, bada boom, housing directly to here.
What if you just drill a hole right through there and run it down that way?
Well, the problem is the seat post is in there. So once your seat height is set, I'd be happy to drill a hole straight through it, and it wouldn't be a problem really. I mean, I just drilled a bunch of holes in Kenny's bike.
Do we
It's
need
fine.
a little extra?
Don't make my jokes less funny.
Hey,
What?
that's his job.
I'm
Do we
spitting
need to
facts
run
here.
it a little wide so in case I put a frame bag in there?
In here?
Yeah.
Yeah, I can do that. I can leave a little cushion for the pushing, if you will.
Yeah. So it could go maybe to the side.
Yeah.
Maybe a gentle curve so the shifting's a little tighter too. I mean, that's not.
What are we talking about here?
You're out of your element, Brad.
Like
You're out of your element, Donnie.
more like that. more something that speed.
Yeah. Oh yeah, that looks nice.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh.
Be mindful of. I know you watch a lot of these a lot of videos. You need to worry about the angle a little bit of. You got to do things.
Yeah, you
Well,
gotta think of the camera, bud.
Yeah.
I'm here to work on the bikes. If somebody wants to handle
Oh,
cinematography,
here we go.
I'm
I understand.
more
you
than
might
happy.
Normally do it straight on, but for sakes of video, you
Zero
gotta
to
go to the side.
diva.
And don't
You
look
guys
at the
can
and,
cable your own bike.
and don't look at the camera so much; it makes it less real.
Oh, don't. Like
Yes.
this.
So, don't break the fourth wall.
Brad, I have to take a look at you.
No, god damn it, I hate when.
Can't
you
we
do
just
this.
run pedal brake?
What? No, just we could. We don't need to. Brad's here.
But I like the song.
Oh yeah, where am I reading from? All right.
I pay
Yeah, we're
my
somewhere
$2
I'm
a
wearing the
month to
mic, I
hear
don't know
that
why I'm getting
fucking
closer.
song.
You don't have to double up.
Kushcore, we're talking. Oh no, we're not talking. I'm
Yeah,
gonna.
we're all the way at the top.
I'm just trying to read over everything Pudgy typed. And by read over, I mean not read it. Oh yeah. Yanda, do those stick-on cable guides take a beating?
No, absolutely not. This will be off here in probably 2 weeks.
Just ran a cable under the down tube for a bottom pole derailleur and used zip ties.
If you clean them, they'll do okay.
He's saying the stick-on ones look cleaner.
Yeah, they look cleaner. I had some on a fat bike that I drilled for a dropper post that surprisingly lasted like a really long time. I've had other ones that have been put on for customers that like magically are no longer applied the next time the bike comes in like a week later. So take that for what it's worth.
So Sam, what kind of ASMR are you looking for exactly?
Like a pants off, dance off type of deal, or?
That doesn't sound like ASMR. That sounds more visual oriented.
Well, I'm assuming the A stands for ass, and then the rest you just kind of.
Interesting. I'm not going to correct you. You're right. I think, yeah. Let's go with that. Maybe no one's saying anything. So I just assumed you already packed that bag full of farts. And I don't know how to. Oh yeah, ASMR.
Pudgy Bedel Pusher super chatted $1.99. Tuna fucking boat Brad. I'm farting in your bag, potato.
I bought that dark realm bag he was selling. The ASMR they would like to hear is you drilling into Tim's bike. Oh. He's actually looking for a drill.
Oh, here we go. There's already a bit in here.
Yeah, here we go. We're filling a ASMR request from Sam,
Well, we could just do bolt-on
which
cable
is
guides
drilling
and
into your
just
bike.
just put a couple holes right here and just. That could
I
work.
brought that thing too if you wanted to. I don't know if you noticed.
What? Oh yeah.
Oh, thanks.
I do want to look at that. The MB2,
Oh yeah.
in case anyone is.
Is Dandy here?
Wait, are you really drilling into my bike?
Drillium Gunnar. Those are velocity shoot blunts, the 35.
I did not build these.
Oh,
These are stock.
These were a stock wheel build.
so not even by the, what is Velocity called their build team?
The wheel department.
Wheel department, yeah, thank you.
Really?
No, the wheel department built these.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Cool.
Really, that's a real creative name. The wheel department builds the wheels.
Fitzwater Photography.
That's my name.
That's what they do.
If that's what you do, yeah, it's
does
descriptive.
Does the Velocity shipping department ship out the wheels?
Yes.
No, I think that may very well be how it works.
But you acted like it was going to be something really interesting.
And if it was, it would be.
That's a great answer. If it was, it would be.
RacerX84107112 super chatted $5. Would you like some making FK Berserker?
What is that supposed to be? I can't.
Would you like to make some fuck? Berserker. Would you like to? We're not getting. Uh-oh.
Joshua Doss super chatted $2. ASMR equals Pudgy in the corner with peanut butter fap.
Joshua. Wait, Dandy's leaving? I missed it. All I saw was Muskrat say later, Dandy.
Ah.
Dandy's the one that
See ya, Dandy.
found that bike, yeah. Bye, Dandy.
Oh yeah, you did get that thing.
And I meant to thank him.
What screen is up? The double camera screen?
Yeah,
Oh, cool. That's perfect.
perfect. Yeah, this is how Pudgy usually keeps it.
Keeps it 100.
No, Jesus was, says Pudgy's keeping it classy, I see. Like, yeah, this is
Heavy on the
par
assy.
for Correct. They are going with their own thing that I do not want to partake in, so I'm just going to let them go.
Patty, oh
There-
yeah, Patty got an MB. Patty asked if someone said MB2.
I thought he got an MB1
Oh, you're right. Yeah.
because of the colorway on it. Is
Well, I
Patty
had to
here?
figure out what this one was for Bradley over here.
Excuse me, I thought that was a conversation.
Yeah, we had a good time. It was actually super fun.
Good grief.
Don't worry, Sheldon.
Heavy on the
Bobby
acid,
Bedell
yeah.
put
Sheldon
a super
has all the
chatted
catalogs scanned in.
$1.99. I'll bang your mum's nut butter fap, you scoundrel.
You put that mic on upside down, by the way.
I don't know how it goes. Here, how's it now?
The foof goes towards your face hole.
Oh wait, here's an actual question that is worth answering. Do those stick-on cable guides take a beating?
Yeah, we already talked about that.
Oh, you did?
Sometimes they do, sometimes they don't.
Okay. you
I
don't
wouldn't be
answer.
super surprised if this fell off. Sometimes they're on there for years. I cleaned it with alcohol. You guys probably saw that.
Oh, I see the ASMR. All right.
Oh, you're all caught up?
Yeah, hopefully it stays. It might not. If it doesn't, fuck it, we'll drill holes.
So Jensen. Every time I see Jensen's, I say Jansen, which is a friend of ours. America's Bike Shop, eh?
Not a chance.
No chance.
No shot,
Did
bud.
you see Otis wrote a funny joke?
No.
Yeah,
Peter
again-
Jeff takes on a new meeting.
yeah. Again, I said I don't want to partake in this
Oh, choosy
conversation.
mom, choosy moms choose Jeff.
Oh,
I didn't even make that up. Jif did. That's their slogan. Choosy moms choose Jeff.
yeah. Oh boy. Oh boy.
Oh boy.
Joshua.
Joshua Doss super chatted $2. You better have a medical plan after
a
her
second I
chunky
thought that-
TB.
Does anyone need a beer?
Yeah.
I'm good.
Yes, please. Dealer's choice.
Pudgy. Wow.
Did you hear what he called you?
I quit.
I'll help you torch the place. Just kidding, Pudgy. Not you.
You said dealer's choice. There's only one kind of beer in there.
Oh, the ones I brought? Oh, yeah, the lady said hi. She's like across the street.
You said you were coming over here?
She's like, yeah. She's like, are you one of the bike guys? Are you the bike mechanic guy? And I said, no, but I'm going to go see the bike mechanic guy.
Oh, apparently it's famous now that I like banquets.
I told her that I was buying banquet beers because I was going to have a bike mechanic over.
And she only gets 2 people on bikes through that drive-thru.
You notice?
Oh, 3 then.
Well, apparently they don't sell turquoise spirits, so
Tony said he needs a beer. Well, come on over, Tony.
yeah.
Oh,
But
Tony, yeah. I almost texted
there's
you
plenty
on
of
the way over
There's
here.
plenty of brewskis. Just
I was going to ask
show
Tony
it
to catch
on
me
up.
up on the chat.
Jesus asked, did we cover what group set is going on this bike? We didn't really. It was on
Well,
earlier.
it's already on it.
yeah.
It's a XT SLX blend that came off of a bicycle.
But yeah, eventually a campy chorus.
Yeah. No, what, didn't Otis have this on a fat bike or something?
Again, it won't be disclosed where it came from.
No?
No.
Do I get to know where it came from?
Yeah. We're not putting it on the internet.
Dandy just came
Oh.
in swinging.
I didn't know it was a. I didn't know it was a secret.
We just don't talk about it.
Huh. That's kind of what the definition of a secret is, right?
Was Fight Club a secret, or was it just
You're not supposed to talk about it.
you're the one talking about it?
Yeah. Okay. Well, anyways, that's what the group set is. So it's 10 speed.
2x10 SLX race face effect, I think, or no, race face turbine
Race face turbine cranks.
with a direct mount spindle. Weird combination of chain rings to get the gearing that would be good for this bike. Getting a 42 ring and a 104 BCD is a little challenging from legitimate sources. They're all over the internet from bullshit, Amazon and whatever, but the problem is with shitty chain rings when they're this far above where they're supported, if you miss shift and you're really cranking on it, it just folds the chain ring over. So you don't want to put a super shitty chain ring on that's above kind of the standard sizing, because it's going to be crappy materials, probably like some kind of cast aluminum, and then they CNC it to make it look nice, but it's actually it's the grain structure is just not there. So yeah, this is a made in USA chain ring. So hopefully, and we didn't have a ton of choices. Hopefully that isn't a problem.
RacerX84107112 super chatted $2, but does it have turbo?
Why was he become old man at the end? It's like, turbo.
Turbo.
All of a sudden it's
Robot.
turbo.
Yeah, it
Trying to
might.
think of all the
It
things
might.
my grandma
Turbo?
pronunciated.
What did Jay Dandy say? I've been keeping quiet with all this Cushcore talk since it wouldn't, since it would be, oh man.
Ill-mannered.
Oh, ill-mannered. I got it. I made a pile on Pudgy's former girlfriend.
Yeesh. So I said, Dandy coming in swinging. Oh,
Oh,
boy.
you could do like live reactions. Now,
Oh, there's used cables in here. Oh, probably could have used those.
That's what they're for.
Well, I put fresh ones in there because I'm not a fucking animal.
Easy. Oh, it's after 10.
What were the other cables from?
Probably the ones that got pulled out of these when they came off
Oh, yeah.
the other.
Well, the brakes come with cables on these.
Yeah, these.
Oh, you got those.
The full, all the housing, the inners, the outers.
Yeah. Another nice thing
both kinds of road cable and mountain cable. All your little, these are machined ferrules for connecting the housing. Because it comes with standard coil wrapped housing for if you're running a drop bar to make the little curve under the bar, under the tape. If I'm,
Yeah, you're good.
yeah. So like pretend this is the curve at the top of a drop bar and the lever, the cable comes out here. This housing here is super stiff. It won't make this bend. So
Sorry.
it comes with all the ends and stuff. And there's instructions on internets or
Which is what we're saying is like when you price up Growtech brakes, they're still expensive, but you do.
Racer.
They come with more than what clampers or.
yeah, they come with
even any typical brake, right?
yeah. I mean and this housing is fairly atypical.
Pudgy
Yokozuna sells a very similar.
Racer 258744774,332. Cherries. Roasted sweet potato. See no evil monkey. Potato. 78,613 super shattered. Banana. Lemon.
I can't believe it says roasted sweet potato.
Roasted sweet, but I didn't know that was the name of that emoji.
That might be
Some
the
might
best
say
one.
yams.
Whew. That was good. Yeah, it goes up to 11. Otis wants to have a mechanics night where you're just yelling, where it's just him and Yanda yelling.
Oh.
I mean,
Isn't that their day job?
You can just come to the shop and film.
Yeah, I'm sure Ben wants to see that. Sorry, Large wants to see that.
I mean, large is usually part of it. Usually it's me going, who the fuck worked on this last?
Anyone use dynamo hubs?
I know I haven't talked.
I just built up a dynamo wheel
That's
for
what-
Otis.
Yeah.
That's what I was talking. Real quick, I want to say what's up to you. You see, Sam jumped in here, and I know he might have been here a while, but I haven't said what's up, and same with Tim. But oh yeah, so
Sam was doing the ASMR requests.
yeah.
Like booty hole
That's
stuff?
for when I was taking a leak. But yeah, so they were asking about the dynamos, and Otis did mention that you just built up a really nice set.
Was that the one for Otis?
Yeah, the ones that are on his midnight
Yeah.
special.
Okay.
The ones that make me have to wait when we're trying to ride on Wednesday.
Ooh, you think that's anything to do with the hubs?
I didn't select the hubs, I just assembled the wheels. I get the parts, I calc the spokes, I build the wheels.
There you have it.
There you have it. No.
Racer X84107112 super chatted $5. Just put the lotion in the basket, Pudgy. Multi-pass.
Just mixing all the
Are you going to install that tiny O-ring?
all the one-liners now.
Oh, you bet your ass I'm installing that tiny O-ring.
There's a tiny O-ring that goes on the Growtex over there.
Oh boy.
Well,
And you
over
saved
here.
this for last?
Over here.
Are you crop dusting my knee right now?
Absolutely not. There's nothing coming out of there.
This isn't a macro lens. I can't focus that close.
Well,
Oh.
you said come over here
Holy
like
smokes,
there was
yeah,
something
those
special.
Are tiny.
Yeah, little guys.
Where do those go?
Oh, there we go. It was the glare.
Here, I'll get the illustration so it can be made clear to you.
Thank you.
That's not going to help, Brett.
By clear to you, I meant the
Saying
viewer
thank
at
you?
home. By clear to you, I meant the viewer at home.
Just
all
wait.
just-
Just
Well,
wait.
it's blown out, bud.
Yeah, I know.
Just wait.
It's
Just
white.
wait. Oh, you're.
Yeah.
Have you done this before?
Yeah, that's not going to work.
Well, I thought there might
That's
be
what I tell
auto.
them on set in a photo shoot.
Abandoned
It's
ship.
not going to work. My focus is Switch
All right.
that camera. Click.
No, it's already working.
But it's in the tiny in the corner.
Okay,
Yeah.
well, it's a picture of a brake. They can see it. So you see the
Oh yeah. There you go.
the little O-ring right there. It's to seal all the
Pudgy
goodness
Bedel
in.
Pusher super chatted $1.99. Easter basket. You guys love my resurrection. Rabbit, 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 rabbit.
We should be so lucky.
Just let C step on me.
There's grease right here. Lube it up.
Brett, click on.
I don't.
GoPro.
Yeah, you're not.
So these are
Oh, gotcha.
5D GoPro and dual cams. Those are
Boom.
the 3 different angles.
Oh, she must have fucked right off on
Hey
us.
guys. Hold on.
So leave it on that one.
We got to cut
Oh.
the hard line.
Yinzer's out. We
All
probably
right,
missed him
Yinzer.
already. Yeah.
Oh, there we go.
Yinzer, he's Philly. Or, ooh, that was bad.
Yeah.
Yinzer
That was
is
bad.
Philly?
No, that was bad. I'm so sorry, Yinzer.
You got the right state at
No,
least.
it's Pittsburgh. I'm going to Philly tomorrow. That's why I
You're
said.
going to
fucked.
Philly tomorrow?
Yeah,
my
but I
wife's
hope they don't
family.
hear what just happened.
Well, fucking Yardley.
Don't tell me there.
Fucking Yardley. It's not actually Philly.
I'm not sure what Chris is referring to, but he said that's the ugliest drugs I've ever seen.
Did he use a D?
I don't know. I don't.
Oh, it was that little bag.
Oh yeah.
Oh.
Oh yeah. Somebody just mountain bike boy just said, "Who's the dude with the halo?" And I was like, "The halo?" But look at.
Oh, yeah. Red Mitchell said, bit late tuning in. Hope you all have a good night over there. We'll rewatch shortly. Thanks, man. Talk about a super chef.
From West Oz. Oh man, he's in Australia. Nice.
You're not that dog fucker guy, are you?
Jesus.
Okay, come on. Let's...
Yeah,
Well,
we
he said-
don't want
he
to
said-
alienate dog fuckers.
It said Oz. I don't know the rest of the guy's name. I just remember it was Oz and he was in fucking Australia or something.
You mean Dr. Oz?
No, not Dr. Oz.
Is he even a doctor?
I'm talking about that cycling
Speaking of
YouTube guy
PA.
that fucking murdered his neighbor's dog.
Dr. Oz?
No, it's Oz something YouTube.
Yeah.
That could have been it.
Wizard of?
I don't think it was of. I think it was near.
What was that one science show on Nickelodeon? That was
Zabuma Fumba.
no, well, way older than that.
I've never heard of that. Is that a real thing?
These Gen Z kids, who
Is
knows?
that on the same time as Salute Your Shorts?
I don't even know what you said. I'm still laughing.
He knows what he did.
Oh, feel bad for the Yinzer as he has a. How do you know that, Racer?
We do this every week, Brad.
Do we?
Wait, what
Get to know
happened?
each other.
I don't. Oh, they know each other?
No, through the internet, through the magic of the internet connection.
I've been out for a while, so.
Yeah.
So
that's my
Racer
fault.
knows the Yinzer house.
They don't know. No, they know. They've chatted about stuff on the stream and in the Discord.
Why?
This is what people do. This is how community works.
150-year-old house. Ooh.
Community.
Ooh, sign. Yeah. Come on, Racer. What is it? Mr. Wizards. Thank you.
No,
Thank
Mr.
you,
Wizard.
Pudgy.
Those were those gas bikes from the
Mr.
50s.
Wizard, that is the show.
That is the show. Thank you.
No,
That's it.
That's the guy that did those
The Wizard
gas
guy,
powered
yeah,
bikes
yeah,
in
yeah.
the 50s.
Pull up an image of Mr. Wizard on here.
Jesus
this is
Christ,
just
how
this is
fucking
just a
old
double
are
monitor.
you
Dude.
guys?
This is just a dual monitor setup, you. Alright?
Wait,
You're a
wait.
tech guy.
Wait a minute.
I work in IT.
This guy is the ITT tech guy.
Yeah.
literally putting out fires today because the bone saw caught on fire in the OR.
Wait, how's that your job?
Yeah, I thought this was a computer gig.
Isn't that an instrument tech's
I
job?
had to get the computers out of there.
You just ran out the door with the
Meanwhile, he works for the guys that cooked like fucking 10,000 people's eggs.
Do you got a picture of Mr. Wizard?
Yeah.
Now change the scene on where I showed you.
Gotcha.
To
Hold
left.
on, I'm trying to pick a good one.
Who the fuck is? How old are you guys?
We've answered this question before. I'm not gonna.
You for that.
Back when Brad worked at the shop,
Uh-oh.
I made him take his wallet out one day. The first day,
Oh man, there's some good.
I was
look
like,
at this
"There's
one.
no friggin' way you're that old."
Jeez.
He's so young. He's so spry and lively.
Thanks. Open image new tab.
Then I heard the hot dog skin story. I believe
We're not doing that.
every word of it.
We're not going there. There should be a thing where I can choose larger images. Oh, here it is. Filter.
Size is that important?
When you want to show it, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, all right. You're not a shower?
You can't do that. I said you can't do that on television. Now we're talking about a good show.
I did love that show.
Yeah. You got a Mr. Wizard picture?
Well, the problem is they're all so grainy because.
There we go.
Now click the scene to web.
Web, boom. That's Mr. Wizard. Did that take like 30 fucking minutes? Is that just in my head?
It fell
Okay.
a long time ago.
Is this like
I'm
pre
guessing.
Bill Nye the Science Guy guy?
Alexander is here from Osharenko. We met him in Nutmeg.
Oh, yeah.
We sat outside the pizza place with him.
I thought they made
Yeah,
pizzas
from
there.
City to Woods on
Yeah,
Instagram.
from City. Yeah, I follow him on. You got a good gram, dude.
Yeah, I just saw the.
Oh, they just went on their first pizza ride of the season, or
Well,
something
they were up
like
at the
that.
Analogs.
Oh no, that was a Yellowbird.
They were up at the Analog Cycles thing.
Oh, that's
which I
right.
saw
Yeah,
looked super cool
yeah,
with all those little like competitions. Then
yeah.
I know Helmet Kids. I can't remember.
Whoa,
Alexander was on.
whoa.
Uh-oh.
Pudgy Pedal Pusher super chatted $1.99. Someone take the placenta off Yanda for me. Roasted sweet potato, upside down face. Roasted sweet
not
potato.
how you say
upside
my
down
name.
Face. Roasted sweet
Yanda.
potato.
Yeah, could we get
banana.
Pudgy, can you do a what's the term when you're trying to do the phonetic pronunciation of?
Go back to dual camera.
Oh yeah, thanks.
We're
No,
just
we're
looking at
just gonna
Mr.
keep
Wizard.
Mr. Wizard up there.
People tune in.
Dual cam? Okay, got it. My bad.
Now you see why when I'm doing this alone, why it's so
Yeah.
overwhelming.
Maybe you need a.
Three of
Maybe
us.
yeah.
A producer.
Mr. Wizard's World will be. Oh,
It was not.
so Racer does remember. Okay, he's gonna be 47.
Fraggle
Wasn't
Rock.
on Nick? I don't know, man. I just remember Mr. Wizard's World.
16 years older than me.
Fraggle Rock was on HBO.
Yeah, that was an HBO show. Mr. Limpet, holy smokes, I remember that.
Limp Bizkit,
That's-
yeah, I remember them.
Phew, that's done nuts. Let's see. Oh, we're just gonna just start naming stuff now. Yeah, I'm not engaging. You know? But I did love Labyrinth.
Yeah, with David Bowie.
No,
The
that.
attention.
Oh yeah, that is Labyrinth. I'm thinking Legend.
The Bog of Eternal Stench.
Yeah, with the Goblin King. Yeah. Yanda. Yeah, that might maybe. I don't know if the guy will pronunciate it right.
Yanda.
Yeah, Yanda. I like that Racer said Fraggle Rock and Joshua said Fragile. Italian for Fraggle. I know it's French. Come on.
Fragile? No, that's definitely WAP.
Definitely what?
WAP.
Really?
Yeah.
What kind of name is Yanda, anyways?
That's German. My grandmother on my mother's side, though,
Did you need a beer?
very Italian.
He does not need another
He-
one. He just got me. He just got me one.
Dang it.
Dang it, Bobby.
I bought a round.
Oh, thanks. So did I.
Fucking way I'm making it to this.
We're supposed to be talking about bike stuff, right?
Yeah.
It's after 10.
Yeah, it's after 11 now. It really goes
It's
down.
way after 11 now, isn't it? As
Quarter after. I mean, I don't know if that's way after 11.
Oh yeah, never mind. It just felt longer.
I've got an appointment tomorrow.
You got an appointment? Oh, you have your job?
No.
Here we go. Tony's going to try and get him to say it right.
Yeah.
Tony Scarpity super chatted $1.99. Yanda, banana, yanda.
That's pretty close. No,
It's close,
He's
but it's not
he's
it.
vetoing. Sorry, Tony.
It's close.
close.
It's
That's
better than Yanda. I'll
it's
take
better than Yanda.
I'll take
Okay.
it over Yanda.
Okay,
That's-
so another way of looking at it, Tony's currently in first place.
Exactly. Currently the winner. If no one else attempts,
Okay.
he will take home the trophy.
I was saying Tony, I almost texted you earlier to catch me up on the chat, but I didn't know if you were here the whole time. I was painting and I couldn't.
Oh, you finally got that primer off the walls? Finally covered that up?
Yeah,
That's good.
thanks.
That's a good move.
Thanks.
I'm proud of you. How's that driveway looking? Do I need to come over there and spray?
Yep.
All right.
Yeah.
Try and swing by.
Thanks. Yeah, I know. We're not. Show's winding down, buds.
Had a lot of action.
Was it?
I don't know if there was. It would have been.
What's the Brooks conversation?
For fuck's sakes, man, we don't talk about it. If you want one, fucking buy one. Otherwise, shut the fuck up.
What do you recommend?
If you want one, buy one.
That's not what I asked.
No, I'm not recommending saddles. For fuck's sakes, your ass is your ass.
Yeah, that's why I didn't text you, Tony. Thank you. He said, thanks for assuming I had nothing better to do than hang out in this fucking chat.
Well, I mean, he said he's never coming back to the bike shop because those guys don't know how to work on bikes. So
Who
I
said
guess-
that? Tony?
Yeah,
Sounds like somebody
it's
who'd
in the
say
chat.
Sounds like somebody who'd say, because it's pretty funny.
It's in the chat.
Trying to figure out how to super chat.
Are you going to super shat yourself?
Yeah.
Are you allowed to shat your own britches?
I think that's called master shatting.
I don't know. Everyone said
I'm
you
not sure if it's.
That's the better joke. Yeah, the master shatting.
I don't know how to super chat.
Lanky, what are you trying to put on a t-shirt?
Master shatting?
Your ass is your ass. Let's see.
You guys always say you have to put the words in first. How do you do that? By the way, it starts super chats on mobile at $50. You have to slide it down.
That's how they get you.
God,
That's how
God
Tim
knows made
Fitzwater
that
gets
mistake.
you.
I would-
You can change that setting.
You don't know that.
No, I don't.
You don't know that. Called that bluff.
Man, called it so quick. It's like he knows me.
Fucking gave me youth group euchre. Jesus Christ.
Oh, obsolescence is up in here.
Oh, he wants to know what's going on with the saddle. What, you want it?
Not.
Oh, C9?
Is
that-
Marge still here?
No,
Is
do you
Marge
see
still
this
there?
saddle? The C9.
There'll be no saddle talk.
The Cloud 9. It's called Cloud 9 for a reason.
Yeah, I guess it's 8 less than the C17, huh?
Red Mitchell wants. I'm not answering that. Guys, what was the name of the bars again? Would like to see if I can find them in Australia.
These are the Velo Orange granola bars.
Ooh, you got the granola bar.
These are larges. We had the Nitos on there, but they wouldn't work.
Thanks,
The
Chris.
flat section wasn't long enough.
Yeah. Wait, which bars did you have on there? I'm sorry, I was reading the...
Some Nito, they just had too short of a control area, so by the time you had the shifter on, it was like in your hand.
Were they mustache bars or sweeps?
See
Must-
the bag
more of like a
sticking out
mustache
there?
ride.
I don't know if there's a name on them, but that's the bag from the original Nito bars, which aren't here anymore.
Because I'm in the market.
Well, if you don't have any controls,
Dude, it's the Albatross. But there's two, aren't there two versions of the Albatross? There's a
It's
short,
Nito's version of.
they have the short version in the, oh boy.
Pudgy Pedal Pusher super chatted $1.99.
Can we cut him off?
Tim, aim for your own mouth. Roasted sweet potato, upside down face, duck, rabbit, lemon, see no evil monkey, no entry sign, money with wings, confused face,
Money with wings.
upside down face, potato, roasted sweet potato, embarrassed smiley face, lemon, banana, green heart, island.
I'm actually learning what these emojis are supposed
This
to
is,
be.
yeah, it's good, fantastic.
I want to know who went through and was like,
Correct. Thanks,
Yeah.
Otis.
Oh, Albatross 31.8.
Yeah.
Sorry they didn't work, Otis. I wanted them to work.
I like the granola bars a lot.
Do you want to pull them up? Is that what you're doing?
Yeah. Well, actually, I was going to pull up the Albatross because I could have swore there's a longer. There's two, or maybe I'm thinking of what's that? Whatbars.com. Because I'm also looking for sweetbacks or an alt bar for that MB2, the Bridgestone. And I was comparing.
Go go to the web scene so they can see this.
Gotcha. Oh, I'm on. I see. I'm on what bars right now? That's the. Well, this is the Rivendell Albatross. Does Nito have theirs on here? I don't know if anyone's used this website. I'm sure half the people here have. It's you can do comparisons or
Otis, are you going to buy those
handlebars.
Nitos back from me? Because I paid cold hard cash for them.
cold hard.
might
So
be buying a set of levers back from you.
Nito.
What did you say?
So they might be buying a set of levers back from you. These
Why, they're not
things-
working?
They fucking suck.
the
I forgot I was
Nito
like-
Albatross ones aren't on here, just the Rivendell ones. But we can compare those to the Velo Orange, which are right there. So you can see the difference between, that's the Rivendell Albatross, and then that's what the granolas look like. I can take off the Albatross ones. But
You could speak in a regular speaking voice.
what voice am I using right
You're
now?
getting real quiet.
Oh, that is my real voice.
Right.
But the microphone's right here.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have no idea how it sounds. These guys will let me know.
So
They've
Otis said
all
he's
they've
gonna-
all left. We're on our own.
It's funny that Racer just said Rivendell, just buy an old MTV, which is exactly what I did.
TRBOSPENCE subscribed to the channel.
Is everyone mad at Grant because of the helmet thing right now, or other stuff?
Who's
No,
Grant?
there's some people who are always going to be anti-Rivendell.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, high on the list.
You? You're high on the list?
It's just I wouldn't say anti. I'm not wooed.
One, I think I agree with a lot of Grant's philosophies, not everything, but he makes really beautiful bikes. Mm-hmm. And some of them are totally unique compared to any bike that's ever been made, and you're full of shit if you don't think so. No, but name another bike that has stays like that, like some of the longer.
Just because it's unique doesn't mean it's good.
Nah, me and Dylan got to ride one one of those, which one was Gus, maybe?
Oh, the Gus
Super
boots.
long stays
Yeah.
ones. I thought it was super unique. It was
Susie
super fun to
Longbolt
roll.
and the Gus Boots Wilson or something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think you combine like every.
I mean, say what you will about the tenets of National Socialism, but at least it's an ethos.
There's at one point Yanda will only speak in movie quotes, and
we're getting there.
yeah,
It's like the Hugh after Hugh says, "Don't stop me, pantalones."
yeah. I think it's when he just doesn't want to think anymore, and then just the quotes come faster than his actual thoughts.
Josh asked for a recommendation on bike-specific screwdrivers.
There is only one.
Uh-oh, here we go.
Vessel.
Yeah, Japanese, JIS, Vessel, not Phillips, JIS. Does not strip out screws. I have these in my Go kit and on my bench at work. They're not super expensive. The Hosan ones suck. They suck. Do not buy those ones. They
He's off
suck.
camera.
They're expensive and they're not that good.
There you go.
Unfortunately, you can pretty much only get these on Amazon in the US, so if you're an Amazon protester, sorry about your luck. That's pretty much going to be your option. But these are good screwdrivers. They're affordable, and they have a JIS specific tip.
Otis, what do you mean Rivendell and Nito equals Sam?
I don't know what that means. Pudgy hates Grant, and he says Grant tells people how to ride. And I get what he's saying, but I think he's definitely coming from a certain perspective, but I don't feel like his book is telling people how to ride. He's telling people not to worry about things. Like, you can just chill. Mm-hmm. But I know me and Pudgy are never going to agree on it, so it's pointless to talk about. But I think he's coming from the far end of where we all are on, like, just ride, just have fun. Pudgy's saying he's not doing that. I feel like he is doing that. He's like, everyone's too worried about a bunch of stuff that doesn't matter. And I feel like Grant's philosophy is just ride. But
Yeah.
Well, if it was, it would be. And we can all agree on that.
Jay Dandy asked if I was ever a DJ on a smooth jazz station. Very close.
I wouldn't call it so much as smooth jazz as progressive alt jazz, but
Are you talking about my band?
a little bit of fusion.
Yeah. Let's see. Where Muskrat asks if I still like the terminal bars, and yes, I do. And it makes me I want to go more sweetback because of those. That's my gateway alt bar. No, that's not true. The Surly open bars were my gateway.
That was your gateway?
Yeah.
Now you just want the harder stuff?
Yeah. And I also blame Marge on that one. But
Why
Otis
Marge-
called those terminals. He was right. Those are perfect for that bike. But
I
yeah,
think open bars are more comfortable in terminals because they're flexy.
yeah, they are the steel version too,
yeah.
so they do flex.
But I have opens on my wife's bike, and they're super comfy.
What's the stem on that?
Just
You got a
some
carbon
bullshit.
thing?
No,
Oh, just bullshit.
Just some-
Gotcha. Okay.
just some bullshit.
Sorry, I asked.
Cannondale takeoff stem. That's
Oh.
on there.
Racer said he likes what Riv is about. Just wouldn't spend the money.
That's my attitude.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Josh asked if
I'd probably fall into that
if anyone's
category.
using SRAM code brakes.
What about them?
He also said Vessel kicks ass.
See?
Yeah, I don't know about the SRAM brakes. Let's see.
I love SRAM, but their brakes fucking suck. I told the rep that yesterday. He wasn't like super pleased, but he understood where I was coming from.
Then who owns Avid then?
Yeah, that doesn't count. Totally different division. Mechanicals.
Interesting.
Those are fine.
I was wondering how
I
you
rode Otis's.
compartmentalize
Otis had,
that in your brain.
SRAM Hydros on this bike, and they were some of the best brakes I'd ever ridden, and I hate SRAM stuff.
Man, wait till we get you on some real brakes. Holy shit. These are good.
For the record,
mechanics.
Yanda does like Avid BB7s.
Yeah.
Okay, good. All right.
Yeah, they're probably fine.
Otis said, "See you at work tomorrow, Yanda. Night night."
I'm not going to be at work tomorrow. I'm going to Philly.
Hey Otis, by the way, Yanda will not be at work tomorrow.
It's on the calendar.
Muskrat just pointed out something I only recently discovered was that the sweep on the Surly terminals is the same as the Moloko bars. And
Yes.
I'm not into the Molokos.
Well, the Molokos, because of that cross piece, are even though they're steel, stiffer than the terminals.
I rode them, and
so they're stiffer.
my only experience with them is on Hughes Electric Queen, and
That's a poor.
that's what I keep telling myself. Yeah, because the stack height is too much for those, and it's like
I don't know that it's too much, but it's the angle has to be just right on that bar
yeah.
with a high stack height.
It felt awkward when we took it.
but
I took that to Jake's before, and it was.
Well, they're not mountain bike bars.
Yeah, it was not.
Especially
I
not
wanna put
on
something different on
electric
there.
queens are. It's not a Jones bike. Like a
Right.
sweet mountain bike bar doesn't work on that bike super well.
Agreed.
Like a bridge club you could ride at Jake's on Molokos and be fine.
Yeah, I want to like Molokos,
They're too heavy.
Yeah.
I love the bar. I have them.
and I
And
know
I won't take them off the bike that they're on.
I know they're super popular.
But if I could get the exact same bar lighter, I don't care who it was from. I'd buy it because they're way too heavy.
to me, that's like the Surly answer to Jones Bar, kind of.
Yeah, it's the Jones bar, but it's
Right.
for
I
what
didn't realize how popular Jones bars are. There's a
Yeah. I mean,
million
Jeff-
of them,
Jeff
and then
Jones
there's
is
a
a
million
prick.
rip-off versions of
Yeah,
them.
Jeff
too.
Jones is a huge prick, so I wouldn't buy his handlebars.
He's being a real Grant Peterson.
I've never had somebody talk to me the way he did over the phone when I
Uh-oh.
was trying to
It's
inquire
personal now.
about some stuff for
What are you looking for?
customers. So the main reason I have Molokos is the tips.
Just the tips?
The pips, the way they stick out, I can put bar end shifters in them, so I can go.
Yeah, get those hands
If you go
going, baby.
all the way back to when we started the Discord, there's a picture of that bike in there.
Yeah. Well,
About 7,000 pictures ago, you might find it. Yeah.
that's not working.
Shit's getting tired.
So where are we at?
I gotta run one more cable. Maybe these levers are gonna work. Sorry, Otis. We might be returning some levers.
Yanda, or
I didn't
Otis is
spec
still
them.
here, so he hasn't gone to bed yet.
I didn't spec them. So. This was just hopefully to solve a problem with size.
Gotcha. Racer said, "Yeah, but how much brake do you need when you have a 30-pound fat bike and you can lock it up?" I remember when Y brakes came in.
Well, I don't think he's gonna be able to lock it up. That's why I'm saying it might be a problem.
Pudgy's still going on about ribs, so I'm just gonna let him vent.
Yeah, he wants to vet, let him vet.
Yeah, get it all out, bud. I like that I talked up so he could hear me.
Yeah.
Did you try this?
No.
Ugh.
Oh, I thought
What even is
Oh,
that?
you drink it.
there's a little bit left.
What is that?
It's a lager, golden lager from Woolly Pig.
But there's pictures of flowers on it, so it tastes like an IPA, is what you're telling me?
No.
It says IPL, Indian Pale Lager.
Oh,
Yeah,
Indian
so
Pale.
it's trash.
So it's a hoppy beer that they lagered.
Yeah. Yes. Thank you.
Hard no.
I like it.
I don't know if I'm on camera, but no, none of that.
We'll just bring this one on later. What are you doing now? What are you working on now?
I'm crimping the cable.
He's crimping a cable.
Nipex pliers wrench.
Uh,
The good shit.
Let me focus on
As
that.
far as pinchy boys go,
oh yeah.
it's all about Nipex.
Tell us about your pinchy boys.
Nipex.
Nipex.
Side cutters.
Side cutters.
Knipex. Sorry, I've Had some Trinkums.
They pronounce the K in Germany.
They do. But
Knapex?
we are not in Germany.
Kniff?
That's true. Never catch me saying hero. Yeah. And I know we're not in Greece either, but
I think it depends on who you ask and which side of the political spectrum you're on. And oh, we're drinking a
Banquets.
local beer, which is you can't.
turn it so there's less.
Woolly Pig Brewery. They're pretty good. And then
Felco,
Coors Banquets. Because
C7.
that's what Yanda likes.
These are the cutters, the good ones.
$140, you said?
That's the list. You can probably find them on eBay for $75. You can get the Pedro's clone for like $35.
What's a Pedro's clone though?
It's a copy.
Yeah, I know, but what's the? Is there a
looks-
name of the copy, or is it just
Pedro's
Gotcha.
cable cutters. For the home gamer, I'd say they're fine. They're not going to hold up like these, but I'll cut more cables this week than you will in your whole life, so I wouldn't worry about it.
Racer says shout out to Minneapolis companies, or Minnesota companies, sorry, Minneapolis.
None of these are even U.S. companies.
QBP, Surly, Framed, Onyx, Surly.
Frame doesn't exist anymore. Sorry.
Surly's in there twice. I'm assuming
should
once
be
the
in there
brewery.
twice.
Yeah.
Oh man.
Salsa Park Wolf Tooth.
It's pronounced salsa.
Yeah. That's correct.
It could be, yeah.
Did you have any of those?
With me?
Yeah.
No.
Oh,
Sorry.
wait, what?
I should have.
Dang it. I don't know what we're talking about. But I wanted.
Knipex.
I thought it was too late for that.
Knipex, or Chris uses Knipex every day as an electrician, if I'm reading that
they make good
correctly.
shit.
Any suggestions for non-park face reamers from overseas?
Face
occasional use, don't want to pay park prices.
face reamers
Yeah,
For, like-
facers, reamers.
for like bottom bracket. Yeah, pay a shop like the $30 to just do it and it not be your problem.
Yeah, I
Oh,
wouldn't
you're-
go cheap on something like that, right?
Yeah, I tried the really cheap ice tools
Occasional.
one. It was garbage, completely useless.
What was garbage about it, though?
It didn't cut right. The tool geometry just wasn't good.
So you
The
had to
quali-
pay to get it done again?
Well, no, I bought it to see if I would have something for at my house. It was no good. So then I just took it to the shop and I machined it with the part
Right,
stuff.
so you had to do it twice.
Yeah.
And if you didn't
if
have
I
the
didn't-
luxury of a shop, you would have to pay to get it done again.
And if I didn't know what I was doing, I would have fucked it up bad enough with the ice tools one that it may not have been repairable.
Okay.
So don't go cheap on that.
Yeah.
I think Pudgy just said the same thing, right?
Yeah.
Oh, he's retracting it, I think, because we were saying the same thing. What was Muskrat's next comment?
From a mechanic's point of view, what kind of frames and forks can't cut it over the long haul? Man,
Oh, he asked that earlier, and I was trying to get back to it, but I never did. So
That's
he
a
kind of
bad-
asked what comes in all the time, and I think he was meaning what's broken all the time.
Oh, I mean, we don't see a lot of broken frames and forks. It's pretty occasional as far as that stuff goes.
that makes sense.
Over your entire career, though, has there been a brand that has popped into the shop that has been the least reliable, or?
Yeah, 90s aluminum trucks and specialized, like low grade, mid grade mountain bikes. A lot of head tube failures.
Head tube failures, okay.
Yeah, so they wouldn't ream the headsets to size,
Okay.
the head tubes, and then just shove the headset in there. And then you get little cracks here, and here, and here, and here. I'm sure Pudgy has seen this a million times. I'd say consistently, yeah. Like budget to mid-tier aluminum stuff from Trek and Specialized. Mostly Trek. Still some stuff from Specialized was in there. Trying to think of anything else. The usual horror stories that you bonded aluminum carbon frames that are just like hot glued together, basically.
Hot glue.
But
Racer said, "Tell me why I would need a face reamer. Never used one."
well, I don't know what you're face framing, but I mean any new
Well, he's saying he's not face reaming anything.
any new
Yeah.
frame, the bottom brackets should be chased and faced. The head tube should be reamed and faced.
Yeah, if I had no idea what a face reamer is, what would you say?
Well, it makes the ends of this parallel to each other and the holes the correct size and in line with each other, so that when you press a headset in, these two bearings are in line and square to each other, so you don't get binding when this rotates.
Interesting. Okay.
Same thing with the bottom bracket, squares both ends of that shell to each other so that the bearings aren't.
So definitely something you don't want
Cocked.
to cheap out on.
And it's not like you're doing it all the time. Like if you're a home gamer, you're doing this once in the life of that bike. You never do it again. So
Yeah, I get you did say occasionally.
Why? So I've seen people do it with like some more of the smaller brands that are Taiwanese production.
This is Eddie Welker asking this question.
Why would the bike not? So why would this is just a question? Why would the bike not come from the factory with that done right?
it just depends. Money, it's a extra finishing step.
If you buy a complete from All City, did they do it then?
Yeah.
No. So you should take it apart and face it.
Depending on the build, we do that. Yeah.
Oh, okay. I don't
Not
think
all
a lot
bike shops do that.
I don't think a lot of people know this.
Yeah.
I see them do it up at Joy Machines too. Like he's posted about it. I didn't.
Not all bikes are real bad either, though. I mean, like most of the Q stuff, when
That's a
we
good
machine
question.
it, you might get a little bit of paint off, and then 2 turns and it's perfectly square. Then you get other stuff that's like way out. So it just depends. I'd say like the Q stuff is pretty good. The Velo Orange stuff, pretty good. Soma's been hit or miss. We've gotten some Somas that didn't need a ton of work. We've had other Somas that
Where does Soma make their stuff?
Taiwan. I'm
Taiwan.
pretty sure.
I mean,
Same as-
that's what I ever
same
won, yeah.
as-
Didn't you say Crust needed a decent amount of work? I think Otis said.
Not all of them, but
How many crusts have you had through the shop, though?
4 or 5.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Aaron's.
Aaron's-
Both Aaron's.
Aaron's
I'm,
was,
I'm not trying to talk
Yeah,
shit.
E.
or anything, I'm
Aaron's,
just saying.
A. Ron's.
Aaron's was pretty close.
And that was a Romancer.
Yeah.
Aaron had the Bombora.
Aaron's Bombora needed a little bit. I wouldn't say a ton of machining, but more machining than I would have expected. And we did, what was that, like root beer colored bike they did?
Oh yeah, that was the.
The Evasion or the Monsoon? Root beer colored bike.
What was that fucking thing?
Oh, the Lightning Bolt.
Lightning Bolt. Yeah, it was Lightning Bolt.
Like
Crust
a Monsoon,
Lightning Bolt.
27.5, like bigger
Yeah.
tire, yeah.
Yeah.
That one needed the most machining of all of them.
The Lightning Bolt?
Yeah.
Interesting.
None of them were like bad though. I mean, we've had.
I love that colorway too on those bikes. It
We've
looks
had
great.
we've had a couple bikes from Carver that needed like we sent them back.
Yeah.
Oh,
I remember that.
titanium bikes.
Yeah.
Yeah. Was that Albert's?
Yeah.
Was one of them? Man, every time you guys talk about those Carver bikes.
I really
Sorry,
wanted
Carver.
I really wanted to love them.
Yeah, I know, me too.
Well, I also broke their handlebars.
Yeah, and Tim broke their handlebars. That was 100% manufacturer defect. They were not purged adequately when they were welded.
Yeah. Yanda, chat
know
would
if you
like to
guys-
know if you use SRAM butter on your beard.
No.
That would
No,
be
that stuff
negative.
smells really weird.
There's your answer.
I use a lot of SRAM butter, not on my beard.
But just not on the beard. Got it.
It's got to be more than 12 inches from my nose for me to apply it to my body.
So
Jesus
Tim's
said-
safe.
Jesus is a bike shop guy, and he said he only had to face 3 frames.
Every
These have
every
rims.
single frame up build that we build gets faced. and you don't really know if it needed faced until it's already been faced.
So you
Yeah,
can't-
I mean-
so you can't overface.
Well, no, you can take too much material off, but I'm saying like you should clean the paint off because the paint is not gonna crush uniformly when you install a bottom bracket. So you may get some out of square.
So you might light face.
Yeah.
I mean,
Do you like facing?
are you guys just like trying to steer this towards like a blackface joke? or-
No, I was trying to make a sexual comment, but you made it even weirder.
Yeah, I would stare this. Yeah.
I mean, in my brain, it was already there, but yeah. So tell me more about this facing.
It's a lot like the Mighty Ducks.
Jesus don't make a habit of that. He said, I agree with Pudgy.
What did Pudgy say?
Facing frames is honestly common. If you're saying you've been a mechanic for 47 years, you should have done a shitload.
Did you say? Were you about
Yeah.
to say honestly?
Did I?
Honestly.
Yeah, like herbs.
I-
Did you say herbs? From the UK speaking here.
I think
Not
it's
typically,
yerbs.
but I'll go with it.
Yerbs.
Am I in trial?
And I said, compared to what?
Who says they don't face most boutique frames? He's saying they face everything, but some don't. Some are better than others.
They say they face it all, but they could tell as they get into it
Yeah.
how much.
Yeah,
is
you can
facing.
tell how much material you have to take off before it cuts square, a full clean line of metal all the way around.
And he's saying the boutique ones have been better, is what I believe he's saying.
Well, it just depends. The crust stuff has been not quite as good as maybe you would expect, but also they're not handmade, low
Yeah.
production frames. Like
Right.
they're a price point, and it's not like you're sitting there hogging metal away. Like
Yeah,
it's a basic machining operation. It's not.
Would be on par with like All City or something.
Well, so here we go. This is a
Yeah, I mean, I would say that they're.
Yeah, what about the Gunner?
Yeah, this is a made in the USA frame. Do you remember how much you guys faced this?
A boutique.
Well, this was Otis's baby, so I didn't build it.
Nah, yeah.
Exactly, Jesus.
I
that's-
built a bunch of gunners though.
Yeah. What about like?
They're fine. It's usually just paint,
Yeah.
like just paint.
I was assuming. I mean, this is Waterford, so they have a reputation.
So it sounds like facing is something you do regardless.
That's what he's
it's
saying.
just-
They do it no
Yeah,
matter
we're
what.
not like maybe this bike won't need it. If it's a custom frame up build, it gets
Yeah, I
done.
do it. Yeah, it's just part of the.
Yeah, it's part of the deal.
Yeah, that's what he's saying. Sometimes you're only just it's so well machined, you're only taking the paint off.
I'm spelling it out. That's all. Yeah.
Yeah, that's why
we're all
we-
spelling it out.
That's why we don't charge like $1 million for it. Like and it's part of the service if we're getting a bike built. Because if it's something that we sold, any of the stuff that we sell, we've never had like crazy problems with it. So your Surleys, All Cities, Salsas, like we're not cutting huge amounts of metal out of them, taking all day. That's
Yeah.
why it's just not worth it to have the tools. As a home gamer, like you're not going to save yourself anything.
Home gamer. I love
And
that.
Racer, I'm guessing too that you probably, maybe I'm wrong, but I think a lot of your bikes aren't new. So like, you're saying you've never done it, but if you're buying used bikes and building them up, like I've never done it either.
Yeah.
I've never bought a new bike. Or I bought one new bike in my life, but so it's already hopefully been done at the shop and stuff like the paint's been worn away. And this wouldn't matter on. So when we're talking bottom brackets, this wouldn't matter at all with square taper, right? This is only for
Getting back to the idea.
outboard
Hold
bearings.
on.
So square tapers or loose balls. Loose ball square taper is what you're referring to, right?
Yeah, because the
Well, not cartridge bearing square taper.
yeah,
like
yeah, loose ball. Yeah.
So you
Neither
would-
of you are in camera right now, just so you know. They're just looking at a bike.
Okay, that's what we're talking about. Is bikes.
You're the director over there.
I'm choosing to be now, yeah.
So, anyways,
Oh, I can put it on
I'll
me,
go
I
back on
suppose.
camera once I get my
Okay.
this end cap. Oh, I put
Oh,
the
you
wrong end on.
Oh, shoot.
Anyways.
Where's
So a loose ball square taper, you wouldn't matter because nothing is contacting the
So no, it
outside of
does.
the bottom bracket shell.
It does matter. That's why this
Oh,
process has
because
been around
that's
forever.
right.
Because the fixed
Yes.
cup has the
I wish you
flange
could
on
see
it.
Tim saying gestures now.
The fixed cup has the flange on it. Well, I'm on this camera.
Yeah.
Okay. The fixed cup has the flange on it that pulls tight against the bottom bracket shell, which is what squares up the threads. And then the adjustable side has the lock ring, which when you go to lock that lock ring down, will angle that cup as you lock it down. That also being said, the design of a loose ball has a lot more tolerance for misalignment
Loose ball.
than, a 30 mil. Well, the worst case scenario for misalignment is a 30 mil spindle and a BSA shell.
Absolute
Which
worst.
is this.
Oh yeah.
So this
is
is
exactly
a 30,
this.
Yeah.
This is a 30 millimeter spindle inside of a BSA shell. So you have like this much gap. It's so tight that if there's a screw through the bottom of the shell holding the little plastic cable guide on,
Yeah.
you have to take that out because it will push on the spindle.
Ooh.
So it has to be washer spaced exactly so the screw stops when the metal of the shell stops, because
Josh said goodnight. when we
there's
missed
not a
it.
ton of space. So if there's any misalignment, because that diameter is bigger, it's exacerbated versus a 24 millimeter spindle or a square taper or anything like that.
When you started saying it right away, I was picturing my, axles hanging out and thinking it doesn't matter. That could be because I was thinking the outboard bearings
Yeah.
aren't pushed against the bottom bracket shell. But now that as soon as you started talking about the cups, I'm like, oh yeah, of course, those are pushed against the bottom bracket shell.
Yeah.
So
But again, minor misalignment is not nearly as detrimental on those setups with loose ball bearings.
So a couple things.
what was shakedown?
Hold
So
on,
if
yeah,
your
I'm
balls are
getting there.
loose, it doesn't have to be.
Eddie, the guy that started this conversation, he said his space horse needed a good amount of facing for the disc brakes.
Oh, that is flat mount? Question mark.
No, if it's a space horse, just
Current space horse is
it
flat
has
mount.
flat
Yours
mount. You're right.
is,
Is post.
A lot of flat mount bikes, regardless of manufacturer,
Yeah.
need facing, and it.
Tell us
fucking
what year
sucks.
space horse it is, and we'll.
Brad's
figure it
bike's
out.
been machined, but only
I have a
because
space
it
horse
was,
as well.
It was powder coated.
Yeah. Let's not go there.
Durable, affordable coating.
Shakedown does say, let me make sure I'm not skipping anything. Yeah, I do the lazy mechanics test. If the cranks extract easily and don't bind, it's probably as parallel as it needs to be. If you have to tap or smack the crank out, definitely face.
That's not foolproof, but you can do that. It'll work.
And there's your opinion.
There's some cranks that, even if they're perfectly aligned, you still got to smack them because they're just a really tight bearing fit.
Gotcha. And then Eddie also said for the washer space, the plastic, do you wash your space the plastic or just file down the screw?
Washer space?
Yeah. For the bottom bracket part.
Oh, I just stick washers on them.
Washers. Washers better. I like that.
I do it with the crankset out so I can visually see it.
And he said yes, it's the flat mount
Yeah,
disc
that's not
brakes.
surprising.
So
all,
that's got to be.
all bikes, all manufacturers.
Was that the
flat-
220 Space Horse? 221? 221 Dusty. I actually like the Dusty Rose color. Yanda isn't that big of a fan of it,
False.
but that's not a here nor there.
It's fine. It's if you like it, it's your bike.
Yeah. I love that Dusty Rose color. I would get one.
But I like the post mount Space Horses better, anyways.
Really? Why?
They're a lot lighter.
Are they?
That's why your bike's so noodly. It doesn't like it when you load it up heavy.
Yeah.
But day to day, it rides better than.
It depends on how. If I go heavy on a loadout,
Well, I'm just telling you. You asked why I like it.
I'm talking to
That's-
the channel now.
Yeah. Well, I'm just interfacing with you because they're here.
I appreciate your
for
interfacing.
us.
Yeah. You're right. You're right. Yeah, I'm saying when I load down the Space Horse, which is a light touring bike, or rated for light touring.
And
it
I would
gets-
say the flat
it gets
mount one
noodly.
is
You
a
can feel it flexing.
better
actively
touring bike,
as
but
you're
it
pedaling.
gave up some day-to-day light road bike use
Yeah.
to get there.
It'd be, yeah, it'd be nice to have something a little stiffer, but not too much.
So Racer asked about.
I mean, if
like,
I had a nickel,
Hey, Racer talked about going down to bare metal and a rust issue. You got to remember, like, you're already talking about the inside of. I mean, we're talking about.
And Muskrat has a good question.
oh, you're talking about on mating surfaces?
Yeah,
Well, you grease everything when you
grease it.
assemble.
Yeah, that's what I was
And then that grease is pressed up against the surface. And then also, this goes back to every bike that we build, that we machine, gets frame savered. So, again, not an issue.
So, an issue if you don't do those things: grease and frame saver your steel bikes, right?
Yeah, I mean, rust on the very edge of your bottom bracket, if you didn't grease it when you installed it, it's the least of your worries.
Yeah.
Because that bottom bracket might not come out.
Yeah. Then
So,
I have bought bikes that, like my Peugeot was sitting out in someone's yard with no seat post, and who knows how long it had been sitting there and what it was ridden like before. I took everything apart, got everything apart, greased it, and haven't had no problems since. But
has the fixed cup ever been out of that frame?
maybe not.
Yeah, that'll be a fun one.
Yeah, that's
Yanda, did you have any success with that helicopter adhesive tape? As a good barrier for the bike bag straps.
I'll
rubbing the
answer that
frame.
question. I use that all the time. I use that.
I mean, I've done complete bikes, like literally sit there with a X-Acto knife, custom cutting. I mean, 10 or 12 hours into one bike, and it's still on that bike, and it looks great.
Those really are nice bars.
That was pre-ride wrap, before that was a thing. Ride wrap might seem expensive. If you want that level of coverage, just buy it and pay someone to install it, unless you're really good at putting that stuff on, because you'll have a ton of bubbles in it.
What are these?
I use this stuff with just the.
Yeah, so just regular helicopter tape if your goal is bike bag protection
Yeah.
and not...
And especially if you're going around the top tube, all you're doing is cutting. You know, I'm doing here and here, so you're cutting at the sides with no problem. I put it on my Raleigh. I've removed it and reinstalled it once it got a little scruffy. But yeah, it totally protects the frame. It's perfect.
Yeah,
this
so-
is the racer's tape.
Yeah,
It's
so...
car tape, right?
Yeah, motorcycles.
Motorcycle.
Motorcycles.
But yeah, either helicopter tape or leading edge tape is what it's called in like the industry. You put on the leading edge of wings. I get it from my brother-in-law, who is an airplane mechanic.
What did Eddie say? Post-mount Space Horses, similar to their early other bikes, the Macho Man, Mr. Pink. Those Columbus tubes are so thin and light. Yeah, that's why we like them. Yeah.
Yeah, that's why I
That's-
said I think it's actually a better bike, but it was not affordable for them to make that bike anymore that way.
Correct.
And
that's why
they kind of were pushed out of the game of post mount. Like nobody,
yeah.
which sucks because
Are wild
there's a lot less problems.
are the wild bikes post-mount now?
I think their models that lean more towards mountain bikes are post mount, and I think their models that lean more towards road gravel.
Interesting. I'll have to look it up.
If they're designed to run a drop bar,
Yeah.
most companies are going to flat mount because you can't buy complete group sets with post mount brakes anymore.
Let's see. Racer says grease attracts crap.
We're
You wipe
talking
the
very-
excess off.
We're
Yeah.
talking about very tight.
Yeah.
In very tight spaces.
The grease is inside of the frame.
I would say there's truth to that, but it's also protecting what's on the other side of that grease.
Yeah, the excess that's on the outside that will collect dirt, yes, you wipe that off like a civilized human.
There you go, Racer, you uncivilized human. Jesus said, I limit my frame prep to 11.59 hours, personally.
Touche.
yeah. Well,
Wasn't my
some of
bike.
us have to work.
I got it.
Yeah, it works by the hour. Right?
It was just a job, man.
Razor said, so thin like the old Viscounts. Right, Tim? Right, Tim. I hope I said that with the right
The denim
inflection.
TP I'm witnessing right now, gentlemen.
Say what?
I said the denim TP I'm witnessing right now.
Ooh.
Talking about your Viscounts.
On that note, I'm gonna go use the bathroom.
Oh yeah, always a good move to
Take out the mic this time. Yeah, I used. Oh, there's some IT guy horror stories there.
Yeah. Oh no.
Oh no.
Don't worry, guys. I put my mic in his hood so we can hear him. Oh, that's coming through.
Oh, you can see it bouncing? Yeah. Yeah, Yanda put his mic in Brad's hood, so that's why you're hearing.
Jesus Christ.
Yanda stuck his mic in your hood.
Oh no.
Oh, he dropped it.
That's not my fault.
Oh man. Everyone's like, oh God, we can hear.
Oh, too bad. I hope Dylan went to bed. That's the only person I'm worried about.
That's the only.
Don't want to embarrass myself in front of Dylan. Yeah, Sam asked for some ASMR, so he's getting it.
Tony's made it this long. I'm impressed. You really could have drove over here, Tony.
Yeah, you should have.
I could have eaten some edibles if I knew we were this long. I was just in Michigan. I went into my first.
Thanks, Eddie. He said at least it sounded healthy.
I went into my first weed store. It was they had like a.
When you were with Joey?
Yeah.
Really? That's your first time?
Dude, why would I go into a weed store? I don't ever.
Yeah, you usually just hit up other people. Yeah.
No, I usually don't, unless it's around. But anyway,
Interesting.
we walked in the first room, and there's just like a guy, and I thought like, oh yeah.
I'm seeing the chat now where Eddie says, "Oh Lord, we could hear him." That was good. That was good, actually.
But it was like I felt like it was almost like a Saturday Night Live skit, you know. We walked in, and it's just like there's nothing.
Talking about the microphone gig or the dispensary?
No, the dispensary.
Oh.
And
I'm
there's
like, I
just,
don't think it was
there's
that
just
good.
a table with a desk, and I'm like, oh God, you have to like just pick stuff off of me. I'm like, I'm out. And,
Yeah.
and then like all of a sudden like we sign up, and then we walk through a door, and it's like, so I got some dark chocolate,
Nice.
5 milligrams, so I could split them up easy.
Oh, even better. Yeah, man, we learned that lesson the hard way.
But then they only had the gummies in 20, so but I figured I'd cut them into tiny pieces, whatever.
21 even.
Jesus said,
21
I
even get it
guess I call it
started.
a stream for a reason.
Live stream, baby. Live stream.
Live stream, baby. Oh, that's incredible.
What else is going on in the chat? Racer
Yeah.
said he's going to drop his DK and PLP subs. Were that good?
Yeah, right.
I don't know.
Yeah,
Come on,
stop
this is bullshit.
This is Bush League.
But
psycho shit.
we're probably making everyone feel better about themselves
Yeah.
and their personal decisions.
Yeah. It's like
So
it's like when me and Dave used to work at the farm. We'd always when the kids would say like, "Oh, this job's cool," we'd be like, "Stay in school." Like, get the like most serious look on our face. Stay in school. Don't act like this.
you want scared straight? Come on.
Yeah.
Oh, Racer's trying to bring it back to Mr. Wizard's world, and you can't do that on television.
So where are we at, Yanda?
Yeah, is
The
it
seat
ready?
height? Set the seat height. Take a test ride.
We got a bike?
Test ride. Oh man. Oh, you're serious?
Do I need to put my proof hide on that saddle first?
This is your saddle. You care for it as you see fit.
Is that a proofinism?
No. Do that after the test ride.
Oh boy. How do we do this? Do I just follow you with a GoPro?
It just rips the cord out.
You're going to have to entertain them, Brad, while I'm
Oh,
gone.
God damn it.
You've been doing this the whole time.
Don't worry. I'll narrate over my wireless mic.
Oh, we could put the other bike up here. Whew. All right.
Oh, yeah, you could talk about your MB.
MB.
Milton Bradley. Board game.
What am I? Muskrat's the one that said they do call this live streams. Weed chops are too. Jesus says weed chops are too advanced for me. I feel like I need a Sherpa to guide me.
They had one.
Yes.
They had one. And then he asked for a tip at the end.
Really? You're right, and it is weird.
Get
It
seat
is
height
weird now.
kind of close.
I don't understand all the strands and like.
Dude,
Oh, maybe it is.
well, does that feel right? Spin
I prefer.
a little high. Well, it's a carbon post. I didn't want
what's
to
the
scuff
term
it
I
up.
want?
in the-
Tripmaster General. It's more duties. Duty. He's adjusting the height on his saddle right now. Are you really going to ride that around the block?
Yeah, why not?
Cool. Oh boy.
I think I might stick with the green clamp.
Inquiring minds want to know. I missed the question. Hold on, going back.
Yeah, like I said, I don't know that those are gonna stay.
That's probably about right, isn't it?
Yeah, mostly not. We're gonna go with mostly not.
Close, yeah.
Still a little bend in the knee. Try that.
Well, and you're in really thin shoes.
Yeah.
Well, I guess you wear Vans most of the time.
I kind of agree with you, Racer, because once you take the edible, you're like strapped in. Like whatever amount you signed up for is what you're getting, and you lose the ability to modulate, and there's that meme you see like weed today could kill a trumpet player from the 1930s. And I tend to agree with that sentiment. Nice, that's really good. Having a trusted source. Yeah, I don't smoke that much either. It's just buy local, Racer. Yeah. It's no fun if you do it all the time. I wish I could have told my 20-year-old self. So yeah, I guess Yanda went out there too. So now it's just me, guys. Sorry. I'm sorry about this. There's only 2 people here though, right? Or 3. So that makes 4 of us. I know there's a way to look and see how many people are watching right now, and I don't want to do that. Hopefully Tony's still here. So I know someone. Actually, I don't really know Muskrat. I've only seen him around a couple times. Yeah. Agreed. Oh, secrets. Yes. I think we're gonna get that MB2 up here when Yana comes back in, and you could take a look at that that saddle. Mustache Rides 420, probably the best name in the chat. Yeah, I probably should throw it up there. Thanks. Actually, I don't know how I like it because this is the longest ride it's been on so far. It's just been sitting in my garage. Let's see. I'm trying to go get it right now. It's got a kickstand. I don't know much about it so far, other than we're pretty sure it's a 86. It's got mostly Shimano components, not so much of the Suntour stuff. I think it's got I think the C-post clamp is the only Suntour, vintage Suntour thing. It's got the Nito handlebars with the Shimano brakes. It's got a Biopace or Biopace chainring, and it's like an oval chainring, which Otis and Yanda want to replace immediately. Definitely have to check the brakes. I'm going to replace the tires. I want to get different handlebars on there, and a different saddle, of course, but we'll see. It's a triple. No, it's not Durace. Durace. That's a good question. What is, let's see. You know, I just looked it up too. We'll look it up when they get back in here. So I'm not the only one sitting here. It is a triple, like I said. It's a Bradshaw now, yeah. This supposedly is the original Grupo that came with it. So I am not 100% on that. Yeah. So far, yeah, the frame is in great condition. And like I said, I wrote it over here. There's some buzzing on the front, and I'm not sure what it is yet. Yeah. Yeah, that's what we're looking at. It's like 120, 130 for the stem. I kind of want to keep it in, I want to do like the Riv Nito stem to kind of keep it in the family, so to speak. But I'm not sure on which. I need to talk to Dirty River about the handlebars. Nice, yeah. Yeah, it's cool. I'm excited about it. I think it's fun. Yeah, Obsequious, if you want that saddle, it's all yours, bud. I know it's kind of. I wish it was one of the funner colors, but I don't mind. I think it's ocean black is what they say, but it's a dark gray. Had to redish the rear wheel. Yeah, that's the other thing. I haven't taken it into the shop. I am not a mechanic. I'm not that good with tools. They're so much better at it, and I'd rather them do it. 140.
I think that's the thing I don't.
Man, that's a floppy stem.
The more occasional things
I don't care
Well, if
what
it's
it's
dry,
on.
you don't have to worry about it.
Yeah, I didn't think so. Yeah. The Cloud 9. That's the saddle.
Am I blocking?
No, you're good. You're good. You're still on camera though, just so you know. How was it?
It was awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah, it felt really good. Yeah, really comfortable, really upright, which is kind of part of the point I wanted.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, yeah. It's just more comfortable.
I have bikes to not do that. So
Right.
it's-
Exactly.
But even the 55s, I thought would feel like sluggish and turning and stuff, and on this bike they don't at all. So
Well,
Is 55? Is that two? Is that 2.1
2.2.
or 2.2? Okay.
because my widest tires are.
Yeah.
2
I
inches
feel
on
like
the-
that's the sweet spot right now. It's like 48 to 55, I think.
Well, I will say that exact same
In my
tire
opinion.
and the next casing up, the endurance casing, on the same bike as mine, does not. It's like two
Nice.
different
Oh,
bikes.
Patty's here. Nice.
Like a 55 endurance fleecer and a 55 standard are like two different bicycles.
Huh.
Patty, I thought you had an MB1 for some reason. Do none of us have any reading comprehension? Is that what's going on?
It's on
He
Sheldon.
said
Look it up
he
for
put
your
a
very own
Nito,
selves.
the crust loose bar. Let's see if that's. I have what bars on here? I don't think they have any crust.
Really
ones
selling it.
on here. They only have like 2 crust bars on here. I forget which one's the crust loose bars on. Crust
It must just be that forgettable of a company.
loose. Boom. And-
Biopache.
Oh, those are cool. That's very similar to
You have
the.
it on the screen?
Yeah, I do, and I switched it to
Wow,
the.
look at you. Little streamer.
Oh, but I have the cameras on him now.
There's not a setting for that.
Okay,
Because this
okay.
is usually the main camera. Yeah.
I like those, Patty. I wonder how those compare to the Surly terminals. Man, they got to be similar. The back sweep is 14, up sweep is 4. Patty has a 91 MB2 and a 91 MB3 and a 93 MB3.
Jesus Christ.
The
Yeah.
MB2 is the most recent
that
that
the
he
white
put those
one?
wide PNW
Oh, yeah.
drops on. Nice. I like those PNW bars.
I'm picturing his white one, but I saw him also build the new one. Now they're getting mixed up in my head.
No, Jesus, I am not a home gamer. As Otis famously said, I've seen you with tools, just bring it in.
Did you do this? You couldn't have done this.
No, I did
He
not.
doesn't do anything. You know this.
No,
what he was just
and
saying.
that's
Close up on this?
no, yeah, that is a problem. Yeah.
Yeah, that's a problem.
Can you describe for the viewers at home?
The straddle cable is looped up and over the rear shift cable housing.
It came from a kid that works on bikes at a bike co-op.
That'll fucking explain it.
Yeah. Hold on, where am I in the chat? Wait, Brad, are you home, Gamer 2? No, I'm not. Eddie said, I'm worried that what bars isn't getting updated, and you are correct. I wish it was, and it's a bummer that it's not, because it's very useful.
You're pretty low here, bud.
I know, I gotta put in, I found out on the way here.
Did you answer?
I fixed this.
Did you
by the way.
obsolescence asked if you're going Brooks on this?
4 seconds that it.
Yeah,
took.
I probably will.
Fixed this.
What do you need 4 seconds?
It took 4 seconds. I fixed
Oh, thank you.
this.
I was wondering what that sound was.
So now the cable does not go through the inside of the.
Oh, that's where.
Yeah.
It was.
It was inside of here. I was like,
That's a good,
so that way when you turn it, just yanks the
right.
cable around the head tube. No, this is a super nice bike.
yeah, I was surprised how much you
doesn't-
knew about the MB2 right off the bat, right off the rip. When
So
we
now
were
maybe we
talking.
can see what my bike is if I put it up next to the MB2.
What do you mean?
It's an old Bridgestone frame right here.
Surly. Oh, yeah.
Where did I?
Whew. And
You guys aren't going to believe this,
I
but
just wanna
I
compare
lost
the
a 5
parts
mil.
to the Nito. Interesting.
Yeah, the lug work is all different.
Oh, it's-
What's this button do?
What do you mean the lug work is total?
Look at
This looks like a.
The seat stays come off.
What's this button do?
Yeah.
Turns it off.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. What's it? Is there a name for this?
The seat stays?
No, the way they're joined here
That's a lug?
compared to this.
That's like a fillet brace or something.
So my guess is there's probably something that came off of here, and this is brazed together and then sanded smooth,
Yeah.
whereas this is brazed.
That's why I was
Part of the
asking.
lug,
It
and it-
seems like that's.
I don't know what you'd call it. I'm not a frame
Right.
builder. I
It's
know
not a. It's
not
not an
enough about
aesthetic
that.
choice. It's a.
It's a different construction.
Well, this
Compared
is-
to the bikes,
Yeah, let me see this thing. Well, see, this is 2 separate lugs. This is 1 lug.
One lug.
Well, I'd say this is probably a newer bike.
This one for
Yeah.
sure.
Yeah, his is really old, right?
86. I
Yeah,
think
this is a,
85 was the first year for that.
86 is the first year this size.
Correct.
what did
yeah.
I s- what
they
did
only
I s-
had the one size 85. That's
2 sizes. Little and big. That was
yeah.
it.
Yeah.
I think we deciphered this code
19.
and it was like a 94 or something.
You can probably tell by the lug work. The catalogs are on shelf.
Yeah.
Sheldon Brown.
We were looking at them all and we never quite nailed it exactly. We were looking at like these.
it's probably
Indicator.
just don't
Excuse
know what you're
us.
looking at.
Racer has to go live stream.
Can I say I'm a trendsetter? You guys want to talk about more tools?
No, we're still talking about.
Best
Eddie said
torque wrench,
some of his favorite
Goose Forza.
handlebars are the chromed and chromoly walled sweetback bars from 40-ish years ago.
Wall bakes bars.
But
Yeah, we got like
anchors
10
way
sets
less.
of them at the
yeah.
shop that
Really?
Otis wants to like bend around.
Oh, I was just gonna get into bar bending.
I'm like, dude, they're still
He's been talking about it. Yeah.
He's like, oh, I want to get a tube bender. I was
he
like, you
says
don't use a tube bender to
He did
unbend.
not love the terminals when he had a steamroller. but
We're gonna
he's
try
not
it.
much
I
of
don't
a-
know. Somebody will die.
Not much of a flat bar guy. Are the terminals considered flat bars?
Flat riser sweep, all the same category.
Flat riser sweep, man. Okay. We
They're
can
not
dissect
drop
it
bars.
more. Yeah.
They're not drop bars. That's probably the more defining characteristic.
Patty said Tim's seat post lug looks more like his early '90s MBs.
Yeah, I think it's definitely a 90s.
Oh yeah, for sure. This design.
Oh,
is
definitely,
much older,
definitely, yeah.
Not as strong.
Ah,
When they started getting real rowdy, these failed.
fuck.
No, like when like
Not the level you're able to get around.
Okay.
fucking Tom Ritchie, like in the repack races.
You know, it is a road bike. You could see it. Like, I don't know, the road bikes have it. Even like some of the high-end ones.
Yeah, it's just that's a.
Yeah, I think it'll be fun.
This is actually nice.
I am open to any suggestions for
One piece of tubing.
upgrading this bike.
And that coat.
Let's see.
Brazed and the hand
Can we go back to? How do I make it just for this cam? Oh, they're both on me. That's
5D.
why.
5D. Go to 5D.
5D, but now you gotta move this one, right? Because
You're
it's,
going over here.
it's. Do you see which way it's pointing?
It's supposed to be there.
Okay.
What do you want the bike?
Yeah.
What part of the bike?
The whole thing, I guess.
All of it.
All of it.
The rear end.
Yeah, I want to do different stem and handlebars for sure. Obviously, Yanda's saying keep these and these. He says these are great.
I have some of those.
When did I say that?
Yeah. Oh, you did. I'm sorry, Otis.
I mean, these are strong, but they're
Yeah.
hideous.
Yeah, exactly. Otis really likes them. He said leave them on. Yeah.
Put better brakes on it.
Yeah.
If you don't want to deal with adjusting, put V-brakes on it. But I don't think you should put V-brakes on it.
So like the Neo Retro Pauls?
No, those are cantilevers. But yeah, Neo Retros would be fine.
Yeah.
They're too expensive.
So, all right. So what? Die comp?
No, just find an old set of Shimano XTs and put them on there.
Ooh, could we go Durace?
Mountain bike.
Fuck.
XTR didn't exist in the cantilever days. First XTR brakes were parallelogram V brakes.
You're not on the mic.
I'm talking to him.
Yeah, I know. He's on the internet.
I'm getting congested. I don't
Yeah,
wanna keep, like, hacking into
Eddie,
the
I was
microphone.
actually, Crust has they have a wheel set for a 26-inch Velocity
Garbage.
with a built-in hub on the front. Yeah.
All wheels have a built-in
Or
hub.
Dynamo hub, sorry.
That's what makes it a wheel, not a rim.
Dynamo.
I think that set looks cool as fuck.
What's that?
Those cross wheels look cool as fuck.
Yeah.
And they might break. You might die.
If he
You
has
might
a-
be
If
fine.
you can, we'll go over some of the specs. I wanted to talk to you about this anyway. Yeah, it'd be interesting to not have to charge my lights for once.
Just they're not that bright.
I know that's
Even
the
good
other
ones,
thing.
they're just
That's the
not
only-
that bright.
That's the
And
oth-
ones that
when we're-
are bright,
right
you need a really good dynamo and
around
a really
town. I
expensive
think
light.
650 lumens is great.
650 on a dynamo, you need a
Exactly.
dynamo.
But you need. But when we're in the woods and doing like those little crazy cuts, I want a brighter light, and that is not something dynamos are good for. Right, I know. But for touring,
Oh
it'd
yeah,
it'd be great.
Touring.
cheering.
What did I say?
Touring.
Is that microphone even on? I like that you keep talking into it. It's pronounced touring.
These need a mute button.
Yeah, I like to dip into the woods. I would say half of our rides at least hit the woods at some point. You want me to talk louder?
More than half.
Enunciate.
No.
Way more than half.
Way more than half?
Way more than. I see your shit, man.
Can you guys hear
I
me
work
okay?
on it.
They keep telling me to talk louder.
Anyways, go on with your point.
Oh, I'm just answering Eddie. What's that, sweatpants? Well, I don't know what this guy's talking about. Did Marge go to sleep?
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you, Patty. Thank you. What an excellent point. He said Brad's in IT. He knows it's important to distinguish between touring and Turing. Alan Turing. I do like the sun hubs. Yeah, and anything over 1,000 lumpens is good. Yeah,
What's that mean?
that's what Hobbs said. 1,000-ish lumpens.
Is that a measurement?
I think he's making fun of lumens and people who obsess over lumens, which is not the best measurement for
Here, let me grab this.
brightness, but
It's not?
it's what we got.
No, you're thinking watts. That's the bad measurement. That's just power.
But if you're
lumens are
into-
an actual measurement of light. They're the perfect measurement for lumens.
So, have you ever gotten into like the EDC light flashlight scene?
Boy, have I.
So I got some stories for you.
Oh, fuck.
Oh, I was gonna try and compare the terminals to the Nitos, but I think I should do that at work tomorrow, not during a live stream.
This is what you should do when
And
you're at
what
work.
I mean by live stream,
That is a long cage on this, huh?
Shimano.
Yeah. Oh, wait, what the hell is this?
Is it STX?
I don't know. It just
Oh,
says,
here we go. Now we're finally paying attention.
look at these
Oh, it's still-
dropouts. This is what they were doing in 86?
Yep.
Can we? Do I turn this?
They won't be able to see it anyways.
Yeah, but they could see you guys what you're looking at. They're talking about the. Yeah, there you go.
I mean, one, it's a really long cage. You could fit a. I mean, would you be able to, like.
Take off the dork disc.
Well, no, this hub is not going to take anything with the super wide range, right?
No, I'd say that thing would probably max out on 34.
Oh, it's a 5. It's a 5-speed.
You could probably throw a 6 on there, or even a 7. Not an 8.
Why'd they make it so long cage then?
It's a triple.
Oh, it's a triple.
It's
yeah,
a
I
triple.
forgot.
Yeah. It's a triple, folks.
With Biopache.
Yeah, Biopache.
Biopache.
And that's a Biopache derailleur because it's got. Spin that thing in the big ring. There's a lot of derailleur spin.
Ah, shit, I had it in the big ring on the way here. Fuck.
Oh, yeah. That's Biopache AF.
Look at that. Look at that oval go.
We got the oval on screen.
Kinda.
A lot of Biopache action.
We gotta tilt down a little, I guess. That's fine.
Huh.
Biopache.
These brakes are fine. I don't know what he's talking about.
I didn't say they weren't fine. I said if you wanted to upgrade.
Upgrade.
Take
These are some hardy dropouts.
Yeah.
I feel like they went thinner after this.
Oh. Obbs is correcting us. He says it's technically an egg shape for the.
14 elliptical.
Sure, Brad. I meant to put it in like the biggest ring, the hardest gear, and then that's when I was gonna put it on the stand. Fucked up.
Have you ever shifted friction? This is your first time shifting friction, huh?
No, I had a 10-speed growing up.
Oh, yeah, I forgot you're 1,000 years old.
That's 1 million years old.
It's a 15 speed, but I don't know if you know
Oh, math.
what that's all about. But
Yeah. Yeah, what's a 10-speed in the UK?
And what?
in UK dollars,
In
what's
euros?
the conversion on that?
Correct. Yeah. What's the euro rate for a 10-speed?
Tony, I had it in the big ring on the way here.
Brad. That's why I was saying that.
And he said Hardy Dropout was my nickname in high school. Until it wasn't, because then you weren't there.
Yeah, and then you're no longer in school once you drop out.
That's the joke.
You set him up. Oh, awkwardly bad at him.
Wow. Can you believe people are still in here?
No, and I know there's a way to check, and I told him I'm not going to do it because I don't want to know.
I don't know. Let's see.
You do? You know?
Yeah, 30.
What? There's. We're only talking to 4 of them, but there's
Yeah.
30 people watching. Okay. Cool. Man, I thought I was bored.
Yeah, Obsolescence is here. Still hanging out. This is good content. This is an interesting bicycle.
No, Tim's not on the coconut water. He's on the.
I'm on the sauce tonight.
Back on the sauce. It's Easter.
Yeah. It's the best Thursday.
I was gonna say, how does he? I was like, Yanda's here tonight.
Got Yanda in the stream.
What's he doing up now? These guys.
Hey, he's got kids. Where did all these come
Nice.
from? Are these yours?
I grabbed them from the shop.
Patty, what are you drinking?
Oh, yeah. Like, I just want to make sure I don't lose it.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, what are you sipping on?
Sipping almost.
Everyone's been dropping photos. This was a guest night. We don't normally get too deep into bike picks, but.
Whoa. Oh, that's Marge.
Tony
face-
brought this up a long time ago.
Yeah, yeah.
But why is it all small?
That's Marge reaming Tony's face.
Oh, facing. Yeah, facing and reaming.
Then you'll fit right in, Racer. Really? Which one did you go with? Because I know there's a couple. Peanut. I'm talking to Patty. Sorry.
The
I
peanut
saw-
butter on the. Because, yeah, Dawn had that one sheet. I tried.
Was it Black Sheep or something like that?
Only the blackest of sheep.
I forget. Something's sheep. Isn't there sheep? Something screwball. Screwball.
Are those Mavic?
I tried one of those, and I was prepared to fully hate it, and I didn't. And I don't know which is worse.
I have wheels like this. Mine are all silver. My Caesariums are all silver. Caesariums. Cerium. Ceriums.
Oh, what? How? Now you're not pronouncing the K?
It's French, not German.
You're French, not German.
Mine are Tour de France models. Got a problem with that?
Yeah, get it right.
Le Tour de France.
They're race cranks. These are, yeah. Mine are still silver.
Some fancy ass Durace.
Durace.
Those in the know just call them the Le Tour model.
This guy. Who invited him?
They're on my look. They're on my look. See them right there? See the yellow spoke?
Oh no, shit. Lance Armstrong ride those?
No. Actually, he was sponsored by Trek and
feel like-
Bong Rager.
That's the most like drama I've ever heard you infuse your voice with.
Yeah.
Oh, he definitely rode on those.
Did he?
If he ever got a wheel from neutral support, it was always Mavic.
Oh,
back
yeah.
then.
Mavic neutral support.
Not anymore, but it was.
No, now it's just Shimano neutral support for ASO races.
I think it's pronounced shit mono.
Yeah, that's actually
Rams Point, okay. Man, I know I was kind of mad about that. I liked it. Yeah, I think I have screwball.
Let's see, maybe you dropped us
at
a
home.
photo. Oh, that's your photo.
Yeah, that's you. Gotcha. Got you.
This is what you were drinking.
Yeah. An IPL. Handcrafted German lager, emboldened with a hoppy tropical bouquet.
It's pronounced.
Yeah, bouquet, sorry. Okay. My bad.
Yeah, it's America.
America. It is an IBM keyboard, an old IBM keyboard. For that clackety clack.
Yeah.
Oh, this is just a knockoff.
That's so highly sought after from the new generation.
This is a new keyboard. It's a knockoff.
You're a knockoff.
It's not the real deal.
Neil, what are you doing here?
Neil?
First of all. I mean, you're allowed here.
I thought we.
This one does not taste like farts. Have you been to Woolly Pig yet?
Oh, Neil doesn't believe in IPLs.
I mean, Neil does have the most
Discerning palate.
out of all of our friends. Yeah, I would say.
It's got a little tub on
I've talked to Neil. We're the same.
it. That's it.
I don't agree with him on everything, but I definitely value his opinion on beers the most.
A little tub on that.
The little tub on that one. Neil, do you have any idea how far tub has permeated our language, our collective group.
When he says tub,
it's a little tubby.
is he talking about like the homebrew plastic flavor?
Yes,
Oh,
exactly.
I know exactly what that was.
Yes, that's what, and he'll be like.
A little soapy. Yeah.
So when we're going to a new, yeah, Zach does like saying. So when we go to a new brewery, he'll be like, there's some tub in that, and that's kind of like saying like they're new and figuring it out.
Yeah.
So much tub.
So much. Oh, that's funny because that's how we've said it. We've said it tastes like it's got that plastic on it. Yeah, yeah. I mean, like they're brewing this in plastic. You know.
Yeah. Neil, do you remember the first time you told me to? What was that? What's that IPA? That classic M43 or?
Oh, from Michigan?
Yeah.
Ann Arbor? Yeah.
And I was
43.
drinking it out of the
Look
can
at how much better that light is. Yeah.
on a bike ride, and Neil was like, "Let me get you the proper glass for that." And I was like, "Well, the bike ride, jostled up all those sedatives or sedatives."
Sediments.
Technically, alcohol is a downer.
Yeah. Red said it's almost lunchtime there. So.
Are these toe clip shoes?
Yeah, I found those. Look at those. They're cross shoes, I think, right? Whoa. No, they're not clip shoes. There's no.
No, they are clip shoes with
Oh, for cages. Yeah, they were really
Yeah, 'cause
uncomfortable
they have
though.
that lip.
These vintage specialized.
That lip
Back-
is like
there we
a
go.
non-cleated.
Put their hand behind the back.
toe clip
Yeah, it's
shoe.
there. Yeah, I bought these. I can't remember where I found them, but they were really cheap. So I was like, oh hell yeah, some cool vintage shoes. Yeah, especially.
Really uncomfortable.
They didn't actually. The way they interfaced, even with my toe cages, just wasn't ever. It just didn't work out really well.
Racer, stay tuned in, and we will deliver on that.
They're light too.
I know it was blasphemy. That's why I'm bringing it up.
Probably work pretty good with just.
I want to be sedative.
I was just in Michigan, so had some shorts. I love shorts. I had a hazy IPA. that
Oh,
we get for
shorts is
winter.
good. Yeah,
One
shorts
of my
is really
favorites.
good.
And then
I'm kind of over shorts. I wish I'd just go back to the long format stuff.
Walked right in that one. Yeah.
and then what was the
TikTok generation.
They had an M43. They've had a double for a while, but they had an extra hoppy version that I tried at one of the places we were at. But anyways.
What are we talking about? Yeah, space is cool.
Oh yeah, that's Dr. Bob had his Mossy belt drive in there. Wait, does that have a curved top tube? I never remember seeing a Mossy like that.
Yeah, dude.
Weird.
Yeah, dude.
Do you know about this bike, Yanda?
Oh, look at the triangle too. It's got.
Oh, it's curved seat
Yeah.
stays.
When I sold Mozzies.
So is it the curve follows the top tube?
Oh
Nice.
yeah.
Kind of looks like a felt almost.
Sklar or the Supertramp or
Is that a surly
you know what?
fork?
I like it. I feel it gives it like a cool stance.
Is it a surly fork?
Yeah, it
It
is a
is.
Surly Fork.
It's
That's a
really-
dynamo hub too, huh? Right? Why
Yeah.
would it be so big?
It dynamite.
Was that a black penis joke?
No,
No.
said it dynamite be a.
Oh my, gotcha. I have never seen this bike. I mean, this one in particular, obviously.
Racer wants you to show his puke in the Discord.
Oh, he's got some clampers on here.
Oh,
Doesn't
he
he?
got some No, those are BB7s.
Oh.
Check out that dial.
From a distance.
From a distance.
You look
I can't believe you.
my friend. Even-
Tony's like melting in his chair right now.
Did you take my beer?
Yeah, I did.
Yeah, I thought so.
Well, if you were a better host.
I just saw the scratch label. I was like,
Yeah.
that's gonna be.
That's you picking at it? Is that like a nervous habit?
That's everything I do is a nervous habit.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Racer had a
Let's see your
Oh,
ceaseless,
that's what you're saying.
your
puke.
ceaseless judgment and criticisms are a part of your nervous habit.
It's a nervous tick.
You have my constant stream of judgment that you never asked for.
Oh, yeah.
Is that puke green?
No wonder he's asking about 4 bolts. I got
4 bolts. I hardly.
Oh, would you look at the time?
And
that's
Dr.
sweet.
Oh, Dr. Bob did chime in. Thank you. Yes, they are BB7s.
Yeah, so I had a road bike. I've never seen their mountain bikes. I had one of their, someone brought it in the shop, a Pook. I had the, an Alpina. That's all it takes. Is there any beers left? I'm going to have one more. I'm not driving.
He's all Pinot, this guy.
The stream hasn't gone this late since the pandemic.
So you're really you're going front rack. So you're doing panniers
Panniers.
on the front. Yeah.
Pannier.
Panniers?
Pannier.
What did I say?
Panniers?
You added a syllable.
Panniers?
There's a lot of dispute, but it's pannier.
Pantiers. Panniers.
Not outside of France.
Panniers.
That just means bag in France.
That's what they are.
Yeah. Well,
That's your answer to Rivendell. Okay.
has Grant said anything back to you?
Yeah, I would hit him up every day about this.
That's a serious front rack. Oh, it's a
Wait, Dr. Bob says it's a dynamo, but with modern lights, it's easier to.
Kokomo?
Yeah.
What size is that?
Yanda wants to know what size the rear tire is.
Bolt tire. One of those.
He wants to know what size of bolt tires.
Yeah.
Look at that. That's a hefty rack on the front, huh?
That's the Surly rack, right? Yeah. What did they call that again?
I think it was called the Nice Rack.
Is this a Paradise? Looks like a Paradise.
What's that river one
They
that
used
you
to-
got from Michigan?
Oh, Frost River.
Frost River.
That's from Wisconsin, I believe.
They used to call it the Nice
One
Rack.
of
but
those.
then the ladies got
Yeah, it could be.
a little offended.
It could be Paradise. What? Go to the back one again. The back rack.
I
Oh, it's a Blackburn rack. Oh,
They're
oh no,
all
Eddie's
outfits
calling it
here.
as a Blackburn. Aluminum pretty.
Ooh, that's-
Oh, we're digging into this now, Racer. Just so you know. Pantiers. Yeah. Thank you, Neil.
Bloomers.
Yeah, I'm not. I can't. I would need another pic of that. What is that saddle?
Oh, he's saying the top's not flat, so it's hard to put a basket on it?
Say what?
It looks flat to me.
No, it curves up right
Oh, it curves up.
Oh, gotcha. Oh, yeah.
there. That's to keep bags
So you
from
can't put
falling
the right. So you can't put a walled in there.
Can you put a smaller walled in there? What's
I would just go
maybe
bigger,
maybe
tip to
maybe a
tip.
walled 135?
I'd just go bigger and go tip to tip.
Tip to tip. And balls to the wall down that one.
What are these cranks?
Do you know what that means?
Cranks?
Balls to the wall?
A little bit.
Yanda, what are these cranks?
Oh, Duluth Trading.
Just basic Shimano.
When did they make
myself
they-
for
ticks?
It's a 3x with the outer ring
microphone.
pulled
No.
off.
I'm in the live stream.
It's a 3x with the outer ring pulled off.
Oh, it's a 3x with the outer ring pulled off.
That's why there's a step there where the chainring bolts go.
Huh. Why does it look like that? When did they do 4 bolts like that?
Well, your bike has 4 bolts.
Yeah, I know.
Mountain
Which,
bike cranks are 4 bolt. Have been for a long time.
none of my 90s mountain bikes have that.
Well, that's not an original crank. That's a modern crank.
It's a modern crank. Modern crank, vintage bike.
Inexpensive crank. Not non-hollow tech, so below Dior, maybe a Sarah or a Levio lever level.
4-bolt 2232.
Yeah, it was probably originally 22, 32, 42.
See what else we got in here tonight. Oh, this Weigel.
Ooh. What about Weigel? Does anyone need anything?
Oh, I'm good.
Gotta drop home.
What about Weigel?
It's right here. Pudgy dropped this in here.
What?
JP. Twist off, you fucking pussy.
You're just supposed to do this.
Yeah, I'm gonna smell like beer when I get pulled over.
Drive fast, take chances. That's a weird group set on this Weigel.
Is that campy? Looks like a campy crank.
Yeah, it's with the carbon.
Oh, we're already
arm.
zoomed in? Yeah.
Yeah. It's a Pudgy production.
Pudgy
Yeah, the
production.
gray Anno with the carbon arms, that's a dead giveaway.
Yeah, I was never a fan of that era campy.
It was the beginning of the spaceship stuff.
Yeah.
Spot chase ship stuff. Ah, spot chase ship.
Oh, what do we got here?
Oh, are you looking at that bike pick?
Yeah, that mountain bike.
The fat bike?
Is that a fat bike?
I don't know.
It's hard to tell from
Plus
here.
bike?
It kind of looks like a,
That's a fat.
oh, it's just a really tiny frame fat bike.
What is that?
No?
Oh, Reeb.
Is that a plus bike?
Is it like a jump bike? Why is it?
Why is the picture so distorted? It looks like a dirt jumper.
It does,
But
but
it's
it's
got
a
a
fat
weird,
bike.
like, carbon fork on it with big tires.
Yeah.
I
looks
can't
like
figure
a
out what's going on
Rodeo
here.
Lab
Why is
Sport.
the picture so distorted?
Oh, it's a single
Yeah.
speed.
What the F is this?
So I said it looks like a dirt jumper, but it's got, yeah, that big fork on it. Oh, it's a Kona. Well, it's a Kona fork, is it not?
29 by
No, it's
3.25.
Reeb. Well,
That's
I
a
don't know
Reeb.
about the fork though. Go back to the fork.
That looks like a Kona K to me.
Yeah.
It says P2. Is that a-
KP2.
Well, P2 used to be a specialized dirt jumper, but that's obviously not that.
KP2. It's a fat converted to 29er.
Where'd you find those tires? Might be interested in a set.
Yeah, well, zoom out on that. Are those Dunlop? What is that?
Duro?
Duro.
Duro Crux, 29 by 3.25.
Yikes.
Big dogs.
Oh, that's what Bob was asking about. We were talking about the hub on the.
Oh, so yeah, because we were asking about the hub. 6-volt Durants. Interesting. What is there's another picture, I think.
Singapore Sling with Muscals on the side.
You get a lot of mileage out of that movie, man. We gotta watch that soon. When's the last time you saw Fear and Loathing? We gotta watch it with Yanda.
5 years, maybe? 8 years? No, it was before I got married, so it's my
Oh wait, why are you not wearing your mic?
Oh, whoops. How did you know? How did you know?
Because I saw it.
Talking, the levels aren't going up.
Yeah.
Unbelievable.
Oh yeah.
Oh, Savage Slims.
Yeah, it was before I got married, so at least 8 years.
We can hear that.
Does anyone even
26. We've lost 4.
Yeah, let's.
I hope Tony was one of them.
And I think I'm still in.
I hope Tony was one of them.
It is
Shimano.
Shimano. Oh, I think the previous owner added it to go with the F-line rear
Yeah,
hub.
DH-S500 and made in Singapore was your giveaway. That was Shimano.
Oh yeah.
You don't know how.
Now you can say it.
Yeah. After,
Hindsight.
DH.
It's 2020.
after he already said it.
Yeah, after. It was very convenient.
I
Your
didn't
timing.
realize that was on the table.
No,
as a
you didn't.
question, and I
Yeah.
would have answered it.
Okay. Look, you invited me over here.
Oh, Tony's still here. He said he's gonna die here.
I'm never.
You should be so lucky. You should
Yeah.
be so lucky.
Take me with you.
I have no cover on this computer. I was afraid I was going to spit my beer directly into it.
Right into the, straight into the computer.
Lucky the keyboard's a replica.
Yeah, yeah, we can replace the keyboard.
Keyboard is replaceable. This computer, they don't make them like this anymore.
Oh my God! Do you remember my
Did
friend
you
Casey?
steal that from a school?
No, this used to be my main computer. Now it's down here in the basement with you idiots.
My friend Casey, we met in New York.
I remember him for about half the night.
When I sneezed on that dude.
Oh, so not in New York City, in
Yeah, that's JMO. Yeah,
Syracuse.
yeah, good.
Yeah.
He got super deep into like the keyboard modding world, and he showed me a bunch of
Keycap bullshit.
yes.
What do you just call it?
Keycap bullshit.
Keycap.
And
yeah, because cherry switches all use the same caps, so you can like
for mechanical keyboards.
Ah.
Yeah, so you can pull caps off and swap them around.
Yeah.
But like
And
people get so into it, they put caps on that are just like colors. There's no fucking characters on them.
but you can look up YouTube videos where it's just people comparing the sounds of different caps, and it'll go on for hours and
No,
hours.
it's
Oh my
different
God.
switches. All the
Yeah.
switches, the caps all sound the same. The switches.
Thank you. I stand corrected.
They
Well, you
can't
have
hear
your
him.
4 main switches. You have your cherry
Yeah.
MX reds, your blues, your browns, and your what the fuck are those other ones? What did I already say?
You said cherries,
Blacks.
blues, browns, and blacks. Yeah.
Yep.
There we go.
Ah, Racer, but you don't have the original cranks. That's the thing that makes
I'm a tactile feedback with low audible feedback. So
the chainring on the Viscount. The original chainrings are the thing
but
that
I do
made
like
them.
to feel.
But it's still cool.
Exactly. Neil works with computers all day, so he's Keychron for life is Neil. He's all about that clickety clackety.
I like to feel it. I don't want to hear it.
Yep.
Yeah, I want.
The only problem I have with the one upstairs, the mechanical one I
Nice,
got, which
Eddie.
is a little nicer, it's the one with LEDs underneath the keys.
Yeah.
When I'm talking to Erin on the phone and she's like talking for a while and I like start to go back to like trying to get a couple things done, that mechanical keyboard backfires then. She's
Yeah,
like, what
yeah.
are you doing?
Clack, 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 clack.
It used to be so quiet. I could
Yeah.
just, I could,
God, I hate membrane keyboards. They feel like garbage.
There is, I mean, I get it, but yeah, I don't like how loud they are. Some of them are.
my one upstairs is really loud. This one's
Neil,
this is a classic 90s keyboard.
Neil,
Yeah.
are you a blues guy?
no, he just asked about the brown note, and there's a band that I was trying to remember. It was a metal band that
No.
was trying to.
Cherry MX Blues. They're the loud
No,
switches. I'm asking.
that
if
wasn't
that's
the
what he's
brown note.
into.
They wanted to find. I'm getting it confused with. They wanted to find the resonant frequency as a human skull.
The brown note is an episode of Mythbusters
Yeah.
when they tried to make some.
Yeah, Tim's gonna go play the brown
The
note.
brown note was an episode of Mythbusters when they tried to make you shit yourself with subwoofers.
Right, there was a band that was trying to do that, but then there was another metal band that was trying to find the resonant frequency as a human skull, so everyone's skull would explode as soon as they achieved that note.
Too
Which
much
is
vari-
pretty metal.
Too much variability,
Yeah, I know.
but that would be pretty fucking metal.
Sun O is, or I shouldn't even say the O part. Sorry, Sun is one of those bands. Yeah.
Beast from the East you just posted. Pull that back up.
Timmy show Yanda, the beast from the. Oh, that's isn't that Cannondale?
Yeah. Krakenfell.
Correct. Oh my God. Boink boink. Oh wait, this is what Dr. Bob was posting in the Alpine. Oh, see right there. Shimano. Oh. There you go.
Drop RE's Beast of the East. Hey man, if that's what you're into, cool. It's like a aluminum Fargo that you can't move the wheels on.
Would you say it's like aluminum Fargo? What?
That you can't move the wheel on.
Dang.
No alternator dropout. No belt drive compatibility.
Tim's commenting from the bathroom?
I'm commenting from the bench right here.
Well, yeah, that I don't.
We gotta keep the numbers up.
So we got Eddie with the blue switches, Neil with the browns. What do you like?
Oh, let me check. I don't remember. I'm not that
He doesn't remember, yeah. Yeah. Good question, Eddie. Good question. Coward. He's probably not live streaming on his live stream. Oh, nice. He said he built that for under 400.
That's impressive.
It is. It really is. Let me. I can't zoom in on this stuff. Let's see if I can. Oh, there we go. Bonk. Come on. Let's get in here. XT. I'm going. Oops. What's this guy? Out of curiosity. I didn't think I would like the Cambium saddles, but I do. Yours is pretty flat in this one. I gotta tilt mine up a little bit. So I sit more on the rivets, which I need to talk to you about too. Tim is committed to the live stream. Well, maybe not so much because I'm not hearing anything right now.
He's commenting.
So yeah, we'll have to see. I'm thinking of going with that honey brown Brooks saddle on this MB2. Oh yeah, I should switch the camera. Oh, they're both on me. Never mind. Yeah. .6 tires, 1x9. Eddie just said, "Glad we didn't hear anything grabbing."
We should probably line this up considering
I know it's almost.
one. If we've been streaming for 4 hours.
Hey, we gotta outlast Rogan. He only does 3.
Yeah. The bottle whistle was very Bob and Doug McKenzie.
That would be Strange Brew,
Ah.
which is, god damn, I loved that movie when I was little. I haven't seen it in so long, so I can't say that.
I've never seen it.
Oh my god, I thought it was amazing when I was younger.
Isn't
that
Like when I was 12.
Isn't that a Cream song? Strange brew.
I don't know, because I hate cream.
Oh.
Did you just? Did you just?
We gotta wrap this
Is
up.
that an impression of me? Oh, is this an abort from Yanda? Because
I
I'm
need my
not
horse
gonna.
stand back. I have an appointment at 9 in the morning.
C17. I do like my C17.
Ugh.
Well,
I
you
know.
could see 17 your way out here.
Make him out of a fucking cow. Don't bother.
Actually, I have a. What do I have? A C19. I have a C19.
No rubber saddles. No rubbers for me.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you also don't ride your bike, or
I need to feel you, baby.
if I was a better
I got a
bike
17
dad,
years
I
ago,
would
so.
probably go the B17.
It's not going well.
You know, B17 actually stands for Big 17.
What's the short nose one? Is it B17S?
It stands for Brooks 17. Jesus Christ! Shut
I
it
think
down.
they're older than 17.
What does the C stand for then?
Cambia.
Cambium, I hardly.
Cambium. I hardly know him.
Yeah, you do.
Yeah, you do.
Yeah, you do. We have a.
We're gonna get Racer on the live stream. I just haven't wanted to commit to anything because everything's been so hectic around
Yeah,
here. but-
he's afraid of commitment.
No, it's me, not him.
Yeah, that's
But
yeah.
it's
We're on
me,
the same
not you.
page. All right, listen. One of you's gonna take another piss in this mic. I think this has to be run its course. I'm going to bed.
Oh, we outlasted Tony.
That's not hard.
Oh, he said he was here till he died. We
Oh
outlasted
yeah,
him.
yeah, yeah.
A lot of shit talking, and then when it comes down to brass tacks,
Brass tacks.
that's the thing that gets you.
I just don't understand.
He's
how-
never heard that
how-
saying before.
No, I have. I
That's-
just don't understand how brass tacks relates to just outlasting by sitting in front of a camera.
We're getting down to brass tacks
I
now.
don't think the brass
Yeah,
tacks
we're talking
are
about
even-
how B stands for Big 17.
Brooks 17.
No, because it's not Crooks 17.
What does the C stand for?
Yeah,
though?
exactly. It
Cambia.
doesn't make any sense.
God, I'm surrounded by fucking idiots.
Yeah. If the B was Brooks, the C couldn't. That doesn't make sense because then it would be Crooks.
Ed, Special Ed, man, love that album.
C19's a little wide.
Well, when you're more upright though, it's a
Oh yeah.
it is more comfortable.
Yeah,
It-
if you're going sweet bars.
yeah, and on the Journeyman, the salsa that I have the terminals on, I put the C19 on there, and man, it really changed it up. It was nice. I put the C19 on the Space Horse, and I'm not sure
A
yet.
little too.
I gotta.
Getting your balls a little bit.
Yeah, well, the C19 was too. I think I gotta change this hand gesture is supposed to be the angle on the saddle.
I'm just a few people acknowledge.
The angle of the dangle is directly proportional to the heated meat.
Yeah, I don't want to repeat that. I'm not going to.
They're saying I was correct about my
Nobody said that.
cream reference. That's what he said.
Gross.
That's what he said.
That's
Right
what she
there.
said.
And cold white type.
Who
depending
said
on which
that?
screen you're looking at.
We know, Neil.
Neil. Oh yeah, Yanda wasn't mic'd up. Yanda kept
B is
saying
for Brooks.
Yanda kept saying C stands for Cambium, and we were ignoring him.
Yeah.
And he was also saying B stands for Brooks, and it turns out he's wrong on both counts.
Yeah.
It really is Big 17.
Yeah.
We looked it up, you guys.
No, you fucking did it.
We looked it
So
up.
yeah. So
The Big 17.
first of all,
and
in
the
your fucking
Crooks
face.
17. Yeah, in your face.
Second of
Yanda.
all, fuck you.
I went to the Brooks website, and then I
Yeah.
didn't believe him, so I went to Wikipedia. Turns out it was Big 17 on Wikipedia. How about that?
Cash me outside.
What's up?
You have any like tissues?
Nice, Racer. Congrats.
Up in the real bathrooms.
Oh, where's that?
36.
Ah, you'll find it. Room in the
Healthy.
toilet.
Where's he going?
Oh, there's probably some right there on those shelves in front of you.
Oh, dude.
Where all the kitchen stuff is? No. White shelves. Kitchen stuff.
Neil's doing his own research, aka watching a different YouTube video.
Yeah.
Yeah, Big 17, Sig 17. Correct. That is
Oh, he
correct.
believes it's still cambium?
He says he's doing his own research, and I said,
Neil's doing his own research and he believes it's still cambium?
Yeah.
See?
Eddie,
Jesus
that is the question of the night.
Jesus is right. Big 17 and Sig 17. Yeah.
Sig?
Yeah. Eddie's made it this far sober? I can't believe anyone is.
Man.
But then again, Neil, yeah, I mean, he must be drunk as fuck to believe B stands for Brooks.
Whoa!
He's been sipping on that Yanda juice.
Oh, boy. Dr. Bob.
Wait, like the guy that named the road after? Dr. Bob's Way?
Yeah.
Yeah. It's the same Dr. Bob.
Yeah,
Well,
that's the
yeah.
Dr. Bob.
That the 12-step program was
Yeah.
named after.
Yeah, lives in Highland Square.
Right, yeah. It's the same Dr.
Yeah,
Bob.
that's
yeah.
the same guy. I could tell. You
Yeah.
see his photo?
What's
exactly
the
what
day
he
they
looked like.
celebrate Dr. Bob in Akron?
I don't know. I remember
They
always
gave him a road. They got to give him a day.
They
too.
did.
Yeah, they've
Yeah.
got a day. Everyone comes in town. They
Dr. Bob, you know this about Akron,
I
right?
Yeah,
don't
you
think
know.
you're supposed to come in town. I think that's more
Gross.
of an at-home
Yeah.
sort of thing.
Yeah, that's a...
So every year, it's Founders Day.
Oh, yeah, thank you.
Founders Day.
Yes, Founders Day.
Because I used to live in Highland Square. You hear all the motorcycles of all the.
Yeah, it's not Sturgis, but there's hundreds and hundreds
It's
and
not
hundreds
Sturgis.
of
But they do like the
motorcycles.
things. So the hospital that I ride by after I cross the bridge every day and all the videos, and then they go to Highland Square where he lived.
Dr. Bob said, no, that is a different Dr. Bob. Thank you for clarifying.
Oh, interesting. Interesting.
Yeah,
Alcohol
just
is-
so there's no confusion.
Yeah, Alcoholics Anonymous is the organization we're talking about.
Which is ironic
In many ways.
because...
Well, the Highland Square thing, we used to feel so bad because it would be like, oh, it's Founders Day, let's go get a drink at the, because they'd all be coming through our neighborhood, and then it
Oh,
was,
man.
we were kids.
Racer is being real needy right now. Wait, how do I go back to Discord? Oh, here.
Sorry for the confusion, Dr. Brown.
Yeah.
He did say he wasn't drinking though, didn't he, or was that someone else? Oh, that was Eddie.
That was Eddie.
Yeah.
Is this the way it came? Oh, wait.
Is this the way this house came stock?
Yeah.
'Cause it looks like a lot of shit.
Dr.
lot
Bob
of
says,
aftermarket stuff
when
going
I
on.
bought it, came with 26 inch for, 26 incher. 26 incher. It was too short, rubbing a tire, and I wrote him. Okay.
ChatGPT, tell me an incredibly long story about how the Brooks B17 saddle was
Please post that. Oh, that's your garage. I remember
Yeah.
seeing these on Discord. I was wondering.
This
what
is
that-
Discord, yeah.
Yeah, I know. I'm just saying. I remember seeing Racer post.
Jesus.
Look at these tires. Do you think I have a lot of tires hanging? Look at this, Yanda.
That's Racer's garage.
Tires for days.
I'll see some tires I throw out.
Hold on.
No.
I'll do it anyway.
Eddie, I really want to do that. I want to enter that in the chat GPT.
Oh, no internet.
Sorry, Bob.
Did you see?
Yeah.
Dr. Brown just wrote, but I do happen to be sober, and just like Eddie, I'm not sure why I'm still
Yeah,
here.
yeah. That's I think eventually we're all going to be asking that, Bob.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, we're all asking why we're still here.
Yeah.
But we know, well, actually, we do know the reason.
Well,
For
Here
us.
is an on
Yeah.
the stream, or here is an owner at the
hey, that's where we're, yeah.
Yeah.
Let's save the poetics for us.
They also can't hear him.
Oh, good. Even
So
better.
I am saving them for you.
Yeah.
You can just re-say everything I say. Call it your own.
Oh man, there's a grass full moon. Shoot.
What does that mean? There's too many. I'm over the full moons. When I grew up, there was like a full moon and it happened once. Now there's like a
Here
blood
we
moon
go.
every other week.
Here
Now there's
we
a
go.
grass moon.
Here we go.
Harvest moon.
Harvest moon. That's a
I'm-
Neil Young record.
I bet you'd appreciate it if you read it
Yeah,
in
he
a
came up with
farmer's
that all on his
almanac.
Oh, you think he named that after some kind of celestial thing?
Yes,
Yes, I do think
that's exactly what happened.
Yeah. And the blue moon.
That's when you get Smurfs. That's how you get Smurfs.
It's a bar in Rehoboth Beach. That's what this whole entire
Strictly
stream is
Rehoboth.
based on. None of my friends are here
Oh.
anymore. I don't even have that emoji in the chat anymore.
Where'd you get these antlers?
Guy's not out. You can't hear him?
I worked on a farm for 10 years.
That's all you found?
It went from he was
No.
Yep.
to now it's not enough.
No, it's not enough. It'll
You
never
said
be
10
enough for
years, so.
It'll never be enough for that guy.
Just curious. I found one the other day in the backyard. Fake one.
And the other name is the green grass moon, or the grass moon.
Yeah, I guess I'm just kind of over full moons.
What happened here?
God.
It's like partially cut through. Is it like stuck in a fence or something?
Lawnmower?
Other animals, one they're called sheds. If you want to,
Yeah, I know.
if
they're
we're gonna
called
be,
sheds.
if we're gonna be like this, and we're gonna talk about antlers, he's looking at
Oh,
the
boy.
antlers.
Where'd you wrangle these sheds?
I found them in the Cuyahoga Valley National Park.
So you stole them because removing sheds
Here
from
we
federal
go.
land is a felony. So you're probably gonna want to delete the stream. Oh yeah, this is just chewed on by a road.
Yeah, that's what happened.
That may or may not have been in the National Valley.
Yeah,
Adjacent to.
private property was Lazar, but it's
Yeah.
in the middle of the park.
So
Oh yeah, there is a total eclipse in 2024. That's one thing I
Yeah,
believe.
We're in the past.
We're in the path of
Yeah,
it. Yeah.
that's when the dark moon moves in front of. Stars isn't here, so I don't feel as bad about that joke. His girlfriend told him that he broke. That was his last straw, and that's when he broke up with her.
Yeah, I know.
And he just hasn't got another one, or
Yeah, I think he was turned off by women from that. She was a flat earther, and then like when he said, "What about eclipses?" she said, "Well, that's the dark moon," and that was his last straw.
And it's like,
I've heard
I'm
the
out of
story.
here.
Yeah.
I'm familiar, and it is insane.
Hold on. Racer said next mind blower, a 26x4 fat bike mounted on an old school MTB wheel. Wait, Neil, are you saying ride or photo the eclipse? Yeah, now we're talking.
I think he's asking, do you ride it or do you photo it?
I mean, can't you do both?
Yeah, how far? We're not that far from the path of the 2020.
We're in the path
in
of
it.
it. Yeah.
We're in it.
Yeah.
I thought we had to drive from.
No, we're gonna see totality, baby.
We're not in the premium totality, the longest duration.
Well,
but
we
we're
are
it.
in
But we're
totality.
in it.
Yeah,
We're
don't
totality.
fucking sell short.
But you could also drive like an hour and a half and be in the depths.
Oh, that's what they were showing.
Full
us.
pen.
You're an hour and a half.
The last time they were doing.
Easy.
The
I
last.
could easily do an hour.
The last time they were doing this solar eclipse thing.
Right, because the
Well, I went,
last time the Illuminati put on
Yeah,
the solar
the last
eclipse.
time
I
they
went
put
down
on
to
this.
Brevard for the last.
The last time they put on this show, everyone was like freaking out about getting the right glasses, and I took a picture of myself in those '80s 3D glasses, and I said,
Yeah,
"I'm ready."
I remember. Yeah, I
I said,
remember.
"I'm ready, right?" And people fucking freaked out on me.
Dude, that footage of Trump looking directly at
It's the best thing ever. It's the best thing. Because it was like nonstop, or we
He's
don't
like,
look directly at the fucking president looking directly at the sun.
I
When
love
it's
it.
a complete eclipse, you can look directly at it without glasses.
There was still light on them. You could tell it wasn't
Yeah.
total yet.
Well, there it was also
Most
people
people could
They're
tell.
like,
Yeah.
don't use a welding hood. Are you fucking kidding me?
Why are you not allowed to use a welding
They're,
hood?
they're trying to say it wasn't the right type of lens. I'm like, it absolutely is. You stare at something that's just about as bright as the sun that's 4 inches from your fucking face.
Oh, I'm going to look at that. I don't care what anyone says. I am going to look at that with my own eyes.
Yeah, yeah. Don't tell me what to do.
Yeah.
That's how you get big government.
Yeah. No mask, no glasses. Freedom.
My eyes demand freedom. Ah, shit.
I'm gonna and the whole time whenever he tries to stop me, I'm gonna just be like Darth Vader. I'm gonna be like, let me look upon it with my own eyes.
I can't believe you got him with that. Oh, it's a fucking Star Wars reference. Oh.
Yeah,
I love Star Wars.
Let me look upon it. Man,
but you'll die.
cool. Cool, Darth Vader.
We gotta wrap this up. I think we've pretty much done everything we can. Thanks everyone for
More
joining
Star
us.
Wars.
And it's been a happy time.
Yeah. Neil, why are you so... Oh, this is your prime time. Never mind.
You like that?
New bike day.
New bike
Oh, yeah,
day.
you got your new bike. I showed
Yeah,
mine
new bike
new
day.
bike. Okay.
Well, yeah. Thanks for getting weird.
Okay, bye.
All right.
Okay, this time.
Fitzwater photo.